Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the May 27th, 2025 Board of Education Regular Board Meeting. We'll call this meeting to order at 5:03. Are there any public comment? There's no public comment. We are going to retire to closed session, and we'll return at 6 p.m. for open session. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Tuesday, May 27th, 2025 Board of Education Regular Board Meeting. We'll call this meeting to order at 6:13, and we have language access. Welcome.
Thank you. We have Spanish interpretation available, and we also have ASL interpretation available through Zoom. Muy buenas tardes. Tenemos interpretación al español disponible por si alguien gusta escuchar la presentación en español. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Maldonado, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Please rise and face the flag. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maldonado. We have no announcements from closed session. We're going to manage the agenda today because I know that we have students here that would like to speak on, well, do we want to do the performance? You have a performance first. Okay, we're going to do a performance. Dr. Maldonado.
Good evening, everyone. We are excited to kick off our meeting tonight with a special presentation from Franklin Elementary School's music program led by teacher Mark Nicholas. We want to have you guys go ahead and start coming up. Franklin excels at encouraging students to explore cultural diversity both globally and right here within our community. This evening, the 5th grade Music Academy Conjunto will be performing 2 culturally relevant pieces, Las Mañanitas and De Colores. I want to thank the students. I imagine we have some parents out in the audience. Parents, thank you for being here as well, and sisters that are also here. The principal, Ms. Casey Kilgore, who are all here tonight. Do I see Ms. Kilgore somewhere in the audience? So please join me in welcoming this excellent group. Thank you so much. They're going to be performing this Friday at their spring sing at 9:30 in the morning. Thank you to teacher Mr. Nicholas again and Principal Kilgore and their moms, their dads, our arts teacher, Ms. Shannon Jaffe, and Anna Pilhofer.
Thank you so much, boys. You're amazing. And to your teacher.
Thank you all. So we are going to do a little bit of agenda management. We have some students here that want to speak on a resolution that we have today. So we're going to open up H1, approval of resolution 2024-2025-31 in recognition of June as LGBTQ2IA+ Pride Month.
Do you have the names? Did we mark which are students? Do you want to ask the students to come up?
If we have students that'd like to give public comment on this item, please come up to the podium.
Board members, while the students come up, do you want to read the resolution first and then do comments, or do you want to do comments and then the resolution?
Let's do comments and then resolution.
Got it. Okay.
So if we have our first student that would like to walk up to the podium, just say your name. And just make sure that the mic is on. There should be a button at the bottom.
Time allowed.
Hi, everybody.
Perfect.
My name is Isabel Chabnick. I'm co-president of San Marcos's Gender and Sexuality Alliance. And I've actually already expressed my thoughts about this resolution to Superintendent Maldonado and so did the Santa Barbara Teachers Association. Yet, the resolution up for approval today only incorporates 5 of the 15 resolves that we know are best for our students, which is in the Santa Barbara Teachers Association rewrite of the resolution. While I think this Pride resolution is a good thing and all, it is just a tool, something that needs to be used to its fullest capacity, and that responsibility falls in the district level, and that's what concerns me. This resolution states that the Santa Barbara Unified School District supports schools and the adoption and implementation of various policies, but the district needs to do more than support. It needs to lead the charge for change since it is the ones in charge of everybody here. This is why you can imagine I found it disingenuous when the head of our school district tells me in our meeting that this resolution is so everyone will work towards change, while I am a capable student who is able and willing to fight for my fellow queer people. It should not be my responsibility to keep a school district accountable. You are in charge of everyone. Not me, not everybody behind me. It is your responsibility to reach out to GSAs yourself, and then most critically, listen to what we have to say and incorporate it into your work. So listen to me now when I say that when you told me that the LGBTQ resources spoken about in this resolution are almost entirely limited to the recognize, respond, and report post papers that are on campus, which just contain a QR code to report generalized grievances. This confuses me because how do you expect students and teachers who have to use these same channels to get to the first step of recognizing when our district officials cannot recognize queerphobic biases in themselves, and then deny that the staff needs more specialized training for recognizing these biases when we are the ones standing in front of you asking for it? Understand that a sheet of printer paper with non-specific reporting language is not an adequate LGBTQ resource. Understand that this resolution is not the end of the work that needs to be done to make schools safe for the LGBTQ community.
30 seconds.
And understand that of us at the school level, we are ready for change, and it is you who needs to catch up to us.
Thank you.
Do we have the next student that would like to walk up? Any other students here? Not seeing any. Do we have public commenters?
On H1, 2, 14, 15.
Okay. We do have a time certain item at 5:30, so we are going to jump back and forth, but Oh, 6:30, sorry. But we did want to get the students out of the way. Are there any other students that would like to give public comment on this item? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Do you want to call the next few people?
We have one virtual. Charles Clow.
Howdy, can you all hear me?
Yes, it's a little low.
Okay.
Try
Any
one more
better?
time. Yes.
All right. Good evening, board, superintendent, cabinet, and members of the public. My name is Charles Clow. I'm the Santa Barbara Teacher Association's Political Awareness Director and the San Marcos High School Gender and Sexuality Alliance Club Advisor. I'm speaking tonight in support of the resolution recognizing June as Pride Month. When I'm not working on either of the above roles, I'm a social studies teacher. When I was growing up, I took it for granted that as time marched on, disadvantaged groups saw their societal barriers vanquished. That back then we were intolerant, but every day we got a little better. The recent past tells us a different story. Many of society's most marginalized are also its most threatened from political winds that are blowing our country backwards. I see now that the necessary changes toward building a school system that values all of its staff and students will not happen automatically. These changes require intentional thought and action and begin with steps like tonight's resolution, which I earnestly hope you will approve shortly. That said, this resolution is a beginning, not an ending. I look forward to seeing what concrete actions follow this resolution, as well as how queer students, queer staff members, and their allies can work alongside district leaders in order to make Santa Barbara Unified a welcoming environment for every child, every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sharon Jagotka. Sharon here.
Can you press the button at the bottom?
Okay. Good evening. I'm a parent of 2 boys within Santa Barbara Unified School District, and I'm also the ministry coordinator for the Good News Club here in Santa Barbara County. I'm upset that yet again the district officials are planning to enforce their ideologies upon our children with celebrating the month of June as Pride Month. So as a parent over the years, I have viewed all this crazy stuff, and it's enough. Enough is enough. Currently, LGBTQ plus flags are proudly displayed in classrooms among stickers and posters. I have pictures of those also from my son attending high school. The schools make announcements while our students' curriculum also includes references. I am sure it is a small minority of LGBTQ plus students, with the majority being heterosexual. Do you have those numbers you can show us? Meanwhile, the majority of students who do identify as heterosexual are not given the same opportunity to express their pride in who they are. The American flag has even been replaced by the pride flag. That's what they salute sometimes. Are teachers and students able to proudly claim they are followers of Jesus Christ? Can flyers be posted that men are men and women are women? Can a student proudly display Israeli flags in honor of those Israelis who were taken hostage? I can confidently say no, because this was denied to my son. This is not inclusion, it is discrimination. If it doesn't fit your agenda, you will not allow it. It violates both the First and Fourth Amendments, as well as California Education Code 220. You are marginalizing our students and my children based solely on their sexual orientation. I respect others' decisions, and all of us here are not asking you to remove flags. We are asking for equal space, equal voice, and equal dignity. I am respectfully asking that you allow heterosexual pride flags to be displayed wherever LGBTQ plus flags are shown, and that you designate a month to recognize heterosexual students with the same level of visibility, announcements, and district support. Inclusion must mean everyone, not just those who fit a political narrative. Thank you.
Thank you.
That takes us to 6:30. So we're going to pause this item and we'll come back to this and we will finish out public comment. But we have the item G1. It's a District Emergent Multilingual Learner Advisory Committee report, DEMLAC report. And
So Dr. Martinez will come up with the parents from the DEMLAC who will make the presentation to the board, or the recommendations to the board.
Hi, good evening, Dr. Maldonado, President Escobedo, and board members and community members. It is my privilege to share with you our DEMLAC recommendations to the board. We're going to begin by sharing with you just a brief overview of what is DEMLAC, District Emergent Multilingual Learner Advisory Committee. They have some acknowledgments and gratitude to share with you, and then they're going to proceed with their recommendations to the Board of Education. The District Emergent Multilingual Advisory Committee is comprised by an executive board that's elected and by one representative from each school site, and they facilitate the general meetings, and they work with me closely in organizing those meetings. And part of what they learn throughout their facilitation and their process of executing these meetings is we identify items that are required to be discussed as part of the knowledge building of parents. And in order for them to better understand the school system, there are certain topics that have to be covered throughout the school year so that they can make informed recommendations to the board. They can better understand LCAP. They can better understand the priorities. And in that way, through their journey, they develop an understanding of school governance and also then have informed ways where they can provide input on the items that are within their jurisdiction within this committee. We have 4 elected members. We have 2 co-presidents. Odilia Gutierrez is one of the co-presidents. Irlanda Gomez is the other co-president. This is their choice to have co-president versus a president and a vice president. We have an elected secretary. And we have the elected secretary, who's Viridiana Victoria, and our elected parliamentarian, Mayra Oseguera. And then we have a tradition in Santa Barbara to invite a former member to the following board, which is Rosie Alcala. She would be the advisory officer, which means she has served in the executive position prior to her 2-year term. It's a 2-year term. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to one of our co-presidents who is going to share with you some acknowledgments and gratitude, Odilia Gutierrez. And this will be via translation.
Buenas noches, Presidente Escobedo, Superintendente Doctora Maldonado, miembros de la mesa directiva y todos los presentes esta noche.
Good evening, President Escobedo, Superintendent Dr. Maldonado, members of the board, and to all of those present this evening.
Mi nombre es Odilia Gutiérrez y tengo el honor de servir como copresidenta de DEMLAC.
My name is Odilia Gutierrez, and I have the honor of serving as a co-president of DEMLAC.
Y quisiera comenzar expresando mi más sincera gratitud por brindarnos la oportunidad de hablar en nombre de nuestros estudiantes multilingües emergentes.
And I would like to begin by expressing my most sincere appreciation for allowing us the space and the opportunity to speak on behalf of our emergent multilingual students.
Ser parte de este comité, miembro electo, nos ha dado la oportunidad invaluable de profundizar en el conocimiento del gobierno escolar y de desarrollar las habilidades necesarias para liderar comités de manera inclusiva.
Being part of this committee as an elected member has given us the opportunity, which is very valuable for us to be able to learn at a deeper level and understand school governance and also developing abilities that are necessary to lead the committees in an inclusive manner.
Nuestro periodo de liderazgo es de 2 años, después de los cuales cedemos el espacio a otras madres, padres o tutores.
And so our period on the board is of 2 years. And after that, we then continue with another board allowing the opportunity for other mothers, fathers, and guardians to serve.
Este proceso garantiza una rotación continua de liderazgo, fomentando la participación activa de más familias en colaboración con los líderes escolares para apoyar a nuestros estudiantes multilingües en todo el distrito.
And this process allows a rotation, a continuous rotation of leadership among the families, allowing for more participation, for families to be active participants and to be able to collaborate with school leaders to support our emergent multilingual students across the whole district.
Antes de presentar nuestras recomendaciones, queremos reconocer el progreso de nuestros estudiantes multilingües emergentes, lo que han logrado, especialmente los resultados del examen LPAC.
And so before we begin with our recommendations, we would like to recognize the progress of our EML students, especially in the results of the LPAC exam.
Sin embargo, aunque el 46.9% de los estudiantes muestran crecimiento según el indicador de progreso de aprendizaje de inglés, esto significa que más de la mitad aún no lo logran.
So even though 46.9% of the students have shown growth according to the English language progress indicator, this means that more than half are still not meeting that level.
Este dato representa un llamado claro a la acción. No podemos esperar.
And so this is a clear call to action. We can't wait longer.
El éxito académico futuro de nuestros estudiantes depende del apoyo que reciban ahora.
The academic success of our students in the near future depend on the support that they receive today.
Solicitamos al distrito establecer una meta ambiciosa pero alcanzable.
So we ask the district to establish an ambitious goal, but something that we can reach.
Aumentar este progreso idealmente un 10% para el año escolar 2025-2026.
We would like to increase the progress, ideally by 10% for the school year 2025-2026.
A medida que nuestros estudiantes adquieren proficiencia en inglés, también mejoran sus resultados académicos, como ya lo demuestran aquellos que han sido reclasificados.
So when students become proficient in English, we also see that they improve their academic results in other areas, as we have seen by those students who have been reclassified.
También queremos expresar nuestro sincero agradecimiento por la creación del Plan Maestro para los estudiantes multilingües emergentes.
We would also like to express our sincere appreciation for the creation of the master plan for emergent multilingual students.
Este paso refleja un fuerte compromiso con el éxito a nuestros estudiantes.
So this steps really reflects a strong commitment for the students and for their success.
Sin embargo, dentro de este plan quisiéramos resaltar algunas recomendaciones clave que serán compartidas a continuación por mis compañeras.
And so within this plan, we would like to highlight some recommendations that are key, and that will be shared by one of my colleagues.
Finalmente, reiteramos nuestro compromiso con el aprendizaje continuo, ya que tenemos tanto el interés como la convicción de co-construir la educación de nuestros hijos en colaboración con ustedes.
And so finally, we would like to once again mention our commitment with continuous learning. And we also are very interested in co-constructing the education that our students will receive in collaboration with all of you.
Juntos podemos construir un futuro más inclusivo y equitativo para todos nuestros estudiantes.
And together we can create a future that is more inclusive and more equal for all of our students.
Ahora paso la palabra a nuestra parlamentaria de DEMLAC, Mayra Oseguera, y le doy gracias por su atención.
Thank you for your attention, and now I will hand it over to our parliamentarian, Mayra Oseguera.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Mayra Oseguera, parlamentaria del comité DEMLAC y madre de una estudiante de McKinley.
Good evening. My name is Mayra Oseguera. I am the parliamentarian for the DEMLAC committee, and I am also the mother of a student at McKinley Elementary.
Como mencionó Odilia, celebramos la creación del Plan Maestro para los estudiantes multilingües emergentes y reconocemos la dirección positiva que representa para el distrito.
As Odilia mentioned, we celebrate the creation of the master plan for English for emergent multilingual students, and we recognize the positive direction that this represents for our district.
En este mismo compromiso nos gustaría presentar respetuosamente 3 recomendaciones claves.
And with this commitment, we would like to present respectfully 3 key recommendations.
En nuestra primera recomendación tenemos preparación intencional para maestros y líderes educativos.
And our first recommendation is intentional preparation for teachers and educational leaders.
Sabemos que todos los maestros del distrito están certificados para enseñar a los estudiantes multilingües emergentes como parte de su credencialización.
We know that all teachers in the district are certified to be able to teach emergent multilingual students as part of their credentials.
Solicitamos capacitaciones continuas y específicas en el desarrollo del inglés designado DELD y en el inglés integrado IELD.
We would like to request continual professional development and very specific development in the English designated English development DELD and integrated English development IELD.
Además, creemos firmemente que el personal de apoyo, como los paraprofesionales y los enlaces familiares, también deben recibir capacitaciones regulares.
We also firmly believe that support staff, like paraeducators and family engagement liaisons, should also receive this regular professional development,
ya que desempeñan un papel esencial en el aprendizaje diario de nuestros estudiantes.
They have a key role in the learning of our students.
También pedimos que el distrito se comprometa de manera clara a contratar personal que refleje los orígenes culturales y lingüísticos de los estudiantes.
We also ask that the district commit to hiring personnel that reflect the cultural origins and linguistic origins of our students.
En nuestra recomendación número 2, tenemos el monitoreo activo del programa de estudiantes multilingües emergentes con discapacidades y reclasificados.
And our second recommendation is for quarterly monitor EML's progress, including dually identified EMLs.
El monitoreo del progreso de los estudiantes multilingües emergentes no debe basarse únicamente en los resultados anuales del LPAC.
So the monitoring of the progress of emergent multilingual students should not be based solely on the results of the LPAC,
ya que estas evaluaciones es limitada y no proporciona una visión completa del desarrollo lingüístico.
Given that this evaluation's information is limited, it does not give a complete vision of the linguistic development.
Es esencial completar con evaluaciones adicionales que permitan comprender mejor su progreso en el idioma inglés.
It's very important that we complement this LPAC with additional evaluations that will allow us to understand the students' progress in a better way and what progress they're making in the English language.
En relación con el aprendizaje de las materias académicas.
Jointly with the learning of their academic subjects.
Se recomienda que los equipos de MTSS Trabajen estrechamente con expertos en estudiantes multilingües emergentes.
And so we also recommend that the MTSS teams work closely with experts in emergent multilingual student information
para obtener datos continuos y válidos que faciliten la identificación oportuna de sus necesidades lingüísticas.
and that way we can continue to obtain data that are valid to allow us to identify the linguistic needs of those students.
Es crucial que el seguimiento académico se realice considerando el nivel de desarrollo del inglés.
It's very important that we give this academic information follow-up. We follow up with this so that we really understand the students' development in English.
Para los estudiantes multilingües emergentes que también reciben servicios de educación especial,
For the students who are emergent multilinguals and who are also special education students,
los planes individualizados de aprendizaje deben incluir metas claras y medibles para el desarrollo del lenguaje, las cuales deben ser monitoreadas de manera constante.
so their IEP plans should include clear goals with actionable items and measurable items for their English language development, and those should also be monitored consistently.
Por último, aunque celebramos la reclasificación de nuestros estudiantes y su trayectoria académica, no termina ahí.
And so, though we celebrate reclassification for our students, their journey does not end there.
Solicitamos que el distrito continúe monitoreando y apoyando a los estudiantes reclasificados para garantizar que mantengan su éxito académico.
So we also request that the district continue to monitor and support students that have been reclassified to guarantee that they maintain their academic achievement.
Y en la última recomendación tenemos mejorar la comunicación y participación familiar a través de estrategias dirigidas.
And for our third goal, we would like to have improved communication and family participation, family engagement through measurable strategies.
Si bien reconocemos que Parents Square es una herramienta clave de comunicación, recomendamos diversificar los métodos utilizados para atender mejor las necesidades de nuestras familias.
So we recognize Parent Square as a tool, a key tool for communication, but we also recommend that we diversify the different methods that are used to be able to meet the needs of our families.
En particular, la comunicación con las familias de estudiantes multilingües emergentes que también reciben servicios de educación especial puede ser especialmente compleja, por lo que es fundamental emplear estrategias que faciliten la comprensión de los programas y servicios disponibles.
In particular, communication with families who have emergent multilingual students who are also receiving special education services, that can be challenging. And that is why it's very important for us to adopt strategies that will allow the understanding of these families with regards to the programs and services that are available for their students.
Algunas formas efectivas de comunicación incluyen videos cortos en el idioma del hogar que pueden facilitar el acceso a la información para padres con agendas ocupadas.
Some forms of effective communication can include short videos in the family's native language, and that way they'll be able to access information easily. And this is for parents that have very packed agendas or packed schedules.
Asimismo, solicitamos que las escuelas cuenten con personal capacitado para realizar llamadas telefónicas personalizadas, con el fin de comunicar eventos importantes o invitar a las familias a participar en reuniones del DEMLAC.
And also, we would like to request that schools be able to have enough staff members to be able to make personal phone calls. And that way they can communicate important events that are coming up or invite families to participate in meetings such as DEMLAC.
En muchos casos, los mensajes de texto o volantes impresos también resultan más eficientes para asegurar que la información llegue de manera clara y oportuna.
In many cases, text messages or flyers, printed flyers, can also be very effective in making sure that information gets to the family in a very clear way.
Finalmente, queremos ser padres informados y activos en la educación de nuestros hijos.
Finally, we want to let you know that we want to be informed parents and active parents in our child's education.
Para lograrlo, es necesario ofrecer talleres diseñados específicamente para las familias de estudiantes multilingües emergentes, que expliquen procesos como el LCAP.
So in order to achieve that, it's important for the district to offer workshops that are designed specifically for families of emergent multilingual students. And that way they can explain the process of, like, let's say, LCAP.
Los consejos escolares y el funcionamiento de los comités de DEMLAC.
The different school committees and also how DEMLAC works.
Además, solicitamos que las escuelas ofrezcan alimentos y cuidado de niños durante estos talleres para facilitar la participación.
And also, we would request that schools be able to offer food or snacks and also childcare during these workshops to allow families to participate.
Pedimos que los líderes escolares den formación a sus mesas directivas de DEMLAC iniciando el año escolar académico.
We would also like to request that our school leaders begin to form their DEMLAC committees and their directing board DEMLAC members at the beginning of the school year.
Ahora le paso la palabra a nuestra secretaria de DEMLAC, Viridiana Victoria. Gracias.
Thank you. And now I will hand it over to our secretary, Viridiana Victoria.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Viridiana Victoria. Yo soy secretaria del Comité Ejecutivo DEMLAC y madre de una alumna de séptimo grado de la escuela La Colina Junior High.
Good evening. My name is Viridiana Victoria, and I am the secretary of the DEMLAC committee, and I am the mother of a student in 7th grade at La Colina Junior High.
Nos motiva profundamente el compromiso del distrito, especialmente a través del desarrollo del Plan Maestro para los estudiantes multilingües emergentes.
We are very motivated seeing the commitment that the district has made, especially through the development of the master plan for emergent multilingual students.
En este paso significativo hacia un acceso y una equidad más justa para todos.
And this is a significant step towards access and a more equitable opportunity for all.
Además del trabajo fundamental que ya se ha realizado, creemos que esta serie de recomendaciones innovadoras pueden mejorar significativamente los resultados para nuestros estudiantes multilingües emergentes.
So besides the important work that has already been done, we believe that with this series of recommendations that are innovative, we can improve significantly the results for our emergent multilingual students.
Estas ideas requieren planificación intencional, enfoque estratégico e inversión continua para convertirse en realidad.
So these ideas require intentional planning, strategic focus, and continual investment in order for these things to become a reality.
En primero tenemos como fomentar una cultura universitaria desde la primaria.
So the first one is college and university readiness for elementary schools.
Muchas familias de estudiantes multilingües emergentes enfrentan barreras para comprender cómo preparar a sus hijos para el éxito universitario y profesional.
So many families who are emergent multilinguals and who have emergent multilingual students face many barriers to be able to understand how to prepare their students for success in a university and professional success.
Recomendamos fomentar una cultura de aspiración universitaria desde la escuela primaria utilizando estrategias similares a los programas de AVID, como el establecimiento de metas, el desarrollo del lenguaje académico y la exposición temprana a opciones universitarias.
So we recommend having a culture where we aspire to going to the university, beginning with elementary school students. We can use strategies similar to what the AVID program uses, like establishing goals early on and developing academic language, and also being exposed at an early age to options of where to go to college.
En segundo, expandir el acceso a programas de doble inmersión.
The second recommendation is to expand access to dual immersion programs.
Actualmente solo la escuela McKinley ofrece este programa a nivel primaria, lo que limita el acceso para otras familias interesadas.
Currently, only McKinley Elementary School offers this program at the elementary school. Then this limits other families who might be interested.
Recomendamos la expansión de programas de doble inmersión en el distrito, así como campañas de información clara para ayudar a las familias a comprender los beneficios académicos y cognitivos a largo plazo.
So we recommend expanding dual immersion programs throughout the district, and also having campaigns of information with clear information about how families can help their students, and they can have all of these academic benefits and cognitive benefits long-term by learning a second language.
Existe el temor común de que la educación en dos idiomas retrasa el aprendizaje del inglés, y es fundamental abordar esta preocupación con información basada en evidencia que genere confianza.
So there's a misconception that education in two languages will delay learning English. But it's really important for us to understand that this concern is based on misinformation. And so it's important that we counter that misinformation with evidence-based information that will create trust in the community.
Y por último, atender la necesidad de los estudiantes recién llegados, especialmente en la preparatoria.
And the third recommendation is to meet the needs of the students who are recent arrivals, especially at the high school level.
Nuestro llamado final es urgente. Los estudiantes multilingües emergentes recién llegados a nivel preparatoria enfrentan retos únicos, tanto académicos como emocionales. Necesitan apoyos específicos y culturalmente sensibles.
And so this recommendation is something urgent. These emergent multilingual students that are recent arrivals at the high school level really face unique challenges in their academics and also emotional status.
Estamos emocionadas y totalmente a favor de la propuesta de establecer una academia para recién llegados, como está propuesto en el plan maestro en una de nuestras preparatorias y posteriormente replicarlas en las otras preparatorias.
So these students have very specific needs and also very specific cultural needs. And we are totally in favor of a proposal of establishing an academy for recent arrivals. It's just like how it was proposed in the master plan. And this happened at one of our high schools. And so it would be important that we replicate this same model at all of the other high schools.
Creemos que esta iniciativa puede ser transformadora y ofrecer el respaldo que estos estudiantes necesitan para tener éxito.
We believe that this initiative can truly be transformative and can offer the support that these students need in order to achieve success.
Gracias por su atención, por su tiempo y por su compromiso continuo con nuestros estudiantes multilingües emergentes. Esperamos seguir colaborando con ustedes para hacer realidad estas propuestas innovadoras.
Thank you for your time, for your attention, and for your continuous commitment with our emergent multilingual students. And we hope to continue collaborating with all of you in order to make these innovative proposals a reality.
Ahora les cedo la palabra a la doctora Martínez.
And now I will hand it over to Dr. Martinez. Thank you.
Thank you to the parents. That concludes their recommendations.
Thank you. Do we have any public commenters for this item? We have no public comments. Any questions from the board? Oh.
Jasmine Neri?
Mi comentario, perdón, va a ser en español y en inglés. No sé si pudieran
My
duplicar
comment
un
will
poquito
be
el
in
tiempo.
Spanish, so I'll be interpreting into English, so we will adjust the time.
Yes. Yes, we will.
Gracias. Buenas noches, miembros de la mesa directiva.
Good evening, board members.
Quisiera que estuvieran al tanto que en DEMLAC no tuvimos quórum en varias juntas este año.
I would like for you to know that during our DEMLAC meetings, we did not have a quorum at a few meetings.
Some meetings, I would say some, not few, porque son pocas. Al año son 7.
So we only have 7 meetings, and I would say at various meetings, we did not have quorum.
La falta de organización y convocatoria este año fue evidente para padres de familia.
So the lack of organization was very evident this year.
No tuvimos mucha suerte de contar con todos los miembros de la mesa directiva de DEMLAC presentes en las juntas.
So we did not have the good fortune of having all of our executive board members at our DEMLAC meetings.
Este año nuevamente los desacuerdos con la manera de presentar la información en las juntas y de dar voz y participación a los padres estuvieron presentes.
So this year, once again, there were disagreements with how the information was presented and how participants were given an opportunity to voice their opinions.
Espero el siguiente año un mayor y mejor compromiso del distrito al involucrar a los padres de familia. Si pudiesen involucrar a los maestros y enlaces familiares interesados en asistir a estas juntas y sobre todo devolverle el poder de impacto y la importancia que significaba participar en los comités de las escuelas.
So I hope that this coming year we're able to have more of a commitment from the district to involve all parents, all families, and also if we could have the teachers and family engagement liaisons who are interested, if they were able to participate and they could attend the meetings at the DEMLAC, that would be wonderful. And also, the main thing is returning the power of having an impact and the importance that the importance of participating in these committees that the schools might be able to have.
Y como último dato, las posiciones que fueron este año eliminadas eran efectivas para disminuir la brecha educacional de nuestros estudiantes emergentes multilingües.
And also, as a last point, some of the positions that were eliminated this year were very necessary in order for us to be able to reduce that achievement gap for a lot of our students who are emergent multilinguals.
No estoy segura de cómo se les presenta la información, pero estas personas eran de gran impacto al enfrente de todos los estudiantes.
I'm not sure how the information was presented to all of you, but these positions were very key in helping our students, and they had a great impact for all of our students.
Gracias por su escucha activa, que este año sí se ha visto presente en la mesa, y agradezco el esfuerzo para cambiar la dinámica de este sistema de las juntas. Muchas gracias.
So I appreciate all of the attention that you all have been showing and the active engagement. And I hope that we can really, truly make a change. And I appreciate the attempt to change the dynamic of this system.
Particularmente gracias a los que están presentes en los comités. Muchas gracias por estar ahí.
And especially thank you all who participate in committees. We appreciate you participating in those committees.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions from the board? Ms. Munoz?
Is it questions or
Questions.
comments first?
Questions first.
Okay. Let's see.
Okay. Any questions? Questions? Ms. Caffrey?
My question is basically how the DEMLAC recommendations were integrated into the master plan. Was DEMLAC a part of developing the master plan?
So DEMLAC is invited to be part of the advisory committee, and we did have 2 parents that were active in that process. And then separately, we offered additional sessions just for DEMLAC representatives, and we had 3 sessions for them as well.
Any other questions? Comments? Ms. Munoz, did you want to give your comments?
Yes. Thank you, President Escobedo. If I can give the comments in Spanish, I'd appreciate it, if that's possible.
Do we have translation?
Gracias. Thank you. Thank you. And only because I'm speaking to DEMLAC. Thank you, all of you. Okay. Yo he sido la representativa en el DEMLAC por medio de la mesa directiva.
So I've been the representative of the board at the DEMLAC committee.
¿Quiere ver mis notas aquí, señorita? ¿Sí gusta? Medio. Okay. Permítanme. Sí, I don't know how to do this bigger. Okay, thank you so much. El liderazgo de las mujeres aquí presentes y los padres de familia y las madres de familia y tías, etcétera, que no han podido asistir hoy es obvio. El liderazgo de ustedes y la dedicación.
So I appreciate the leadership of the women here present and also the leadership of those members who attend the meetings but perhaps were not able to be here at this meeting. And so the leadership is very obvious. We can see the leadership.
El apoyo prestado por la doctora Martínez durante las juntas de DEMLAC ha sido excelente.
And the support provided by Dr. Martinez at the DEMLAC meetings has been excellent.
En mi opinión, he visto que se ha prestado oportunidad de discusión libre y productiva.
And so in my opinion, I have seen that there's been an opportunity for people to express themselves and be able to discuss different items.
Aunque yo sé que reconozco que a veces no nos ha rendido bastante el tiempo.
Although I also recognize that sometimes there's not enough time for all of us to be able to talk about everything we would like.
He sido impresionada por la preparación y la comunicación con todos los de DEMLAC, que ha sido de mucho éxito, creo, para el distrito en general.
So I've been quite impressed by the communication and the preparation of the DEMLAC members, and I think it's been very beneficial for the district.
Les agradezco incluirme como miembro de la mesa directiva desde el comienzo de servir a ustedes comunidad desde el principio hace más de 6 años.
And so I appreciate the opportunity to be the board representative on your committee. And when I started more than 6 years ago,
esto es algo que a mí me nace, ¿verdad? Como dice la canción del corazón. Mi esposo y muchas más personas en mi familia han venido a este país sin saber el idioma del inglés.
And so the service that I have provided really comes from the heart, because my husband and many other of my family members have arrived to this country without speaking English.
Como muchas de ustedes saben, y muchos de ustedes saben, al Señor le digo también, cuando yo vine aquí a la escuela, nací aquí, pero cuando fui al kinder, ¿verdad? Tenía sabiduría como de 2 palabras en inglés, solo porque mi hermano era mayor.
And so as many of you know, and I've shared this story, especially with some of you, when I began school in kindergarten, I only knew a couple of words in English, even though I was born in this country, but I learned those words through my brother.
La dedicación de ustedes y nuestros estudiantes al representar a los padres y las personas encargadas de los niños y niñas es lo que ha hecho que nosotros podamos alcanzar nuestras metas.
And so your dedication in serving the students and the families has really allowed us to be able to reach our goals.
Espero que los miembros de la mesa directiva que tengo aquí conmigo también estén conmigo en alcanzar nuestra meta de por lo menos 10%, como fue mencionado.
And I hope that my colleagues here on the board would also commit to trying to increase the achievement by at least 10%, as you all mentioned.
Me siento muy feliz y un poco emocional. Sé que nuestro distrito es uno de los pocos en California, si no en el país.
And so I feel very happy and also a little emotional right now, but I know that our district is one of the districts in California
y el país
and the country
de tener una superintendente que tiene sabiduría en esta área en la que hablamos. De la que hablamos, perdón.
Our district is one of the very few in the state and the country that has a superintendent that has expert knowledge in this topic.
Y además la doctora Martínez, con la que no he tenido tanta oportunidad de platicar a veces porque está trabajando tan duro, pero le agradezco también que está con nosotros en esto.
And also I appreciate Dr. Martinez, who I know has been very busy working on all of this. I appreciate your work.
Por favor, únanse conmigo todos, no es nomás esto dirigido a los que hablamos español, ¿verdad? Por favor, que todo como comunidad estemos mano a mano en este esfuerzo. Gracias.
So I hope that as a community we can all work together, not just those that speak Spanish, but the whole community, so that we can really meet these goals. Thank you.
Hand in hand. Gracias.
Any other comments? Ms. Caffrey.
So, thank you. And to address what our DEMLAC leaders talked about, and also Board Member Munoz, everyone talked about having specific goals and 10% as a goal for our emerging multilingual learners. And I feel like that's a great segue because Trustee Beal, she's talked in the past about a student outcomes committee. And so School Board Partners is a nonprofit that helps school boards. Basically, we provide a community of support for change agents who want to dramatically improve the environments, experiences, and outcomes for students. And they recently, and I'm sharing this with you now, Board, because the Brown Act, we can't talk about this beforehand, but they recently put out a model policy for emerging multilingual learners, which I feel like is worth talking about as a board, maybe at a future session, but really links the idea of having goals for our students and having our board monitor progress towards those goals so that we don't only have, you mentioned site-wide structures, but also that we have understanding at a district level if we're making progress supporting our students. So I just wanted to read a couple of paragraphs, and I think it would be helpful at a later point to talk about board policy that we could adopt. I mean, this is basically an approach towards monitoring progress as a board. So, progress monitoring towards English proficiency. The district shall annually review schools' progress towards achieving English language proficiency indicators to determine whether emerging multilingual students are generally meeting their personalized annual growth targets and on track to exit EL status within the maximum timeline to proficiency. The data shall be reported biannually. So the idea is basically that the board gets data twice a year on how our students are doing, so we know are students making progress. The intervention strategy shall be presented to the board as part of the biannual accountability reports. The district shall also develop a proactive tracking system to identify students at risk of becoming long-term English language learners and implement intervention strategies. Biannual data review. The district shall annually adopt measurable goals focused on increasing long-term academic success for both currently identified emerging multilingual learners as well as former emerging multilingual learners. So, as you mentioned, students who have been reclassified, but ensuring those students have continued success. These annual goals should be incorporated into the district's strategic plan. and the board's annual evaluation of the superintendent. The district shall collect and report the following data to the board at least biannually for the prior 4 reporting periods, including associated goals disaggregated by all student subgroups identified in the definitions of this policy. This data shall be compared to their non-emerging multilingual peers as possible, appropriate, and statistically significant. The district shall ensure schools with small EL populations also report their EL performance data. And for schools with small populations, you look at 3-year rolling averages. So I think the idea, and as a student outcome committee might help us with this, and is that if the district adopts a goal like 10% growth in a year, I don't know if that's the right goal, but that's the one that was proposed, that basically the board gets biannual data and has this kind of structure. So I just thought this was an interesting policy and related to our discussion, and kind of brought the idea of goals at the IEP level, at the school level, and then at the district level as looked at by the board.
Thank you. Dr. Beal.
I will make similar comments, not exactly the same. We did actually, in September of 2024, in our student success plan, adopt a goal of 10% improvement for our EMLs. And so I would comment that I do want to have a student outcomes committee. Board member Caffrey and I did present the possibility of that. We were waiting for our board to adopt goals, and we have done that. We are still going through the process of validation, making sure that the community feels that these goals are also valid. So having a student outcomes committee will help us move forward in many areas, not just with our EMLs. I went through the archives. Our last solely EML report was actually in 2022. We have reported on EMLs via the LCAP and probably through some of our DEMLAC meetings, but I do agree that we need to be very specific about looking at these populations to make sure that we are on goal. We have had some meetings as a board, as a group of board members, where we talk about factors and levers that ensure our student success, and we really need to say what those are for whatever group we're trying to approach, whether for the EMLs we say 10% success rate every year, or even just setting what are the levers, like are our family engagement liaisons going to be key in bringing in families? And if they are key, how do we maximize our FELs to be that lever to get to the success? So I do think that we need to really make some decisions about what we're going to support that's going to create this success. And so I know that we are going to have the master plan presented to us at our next meeting, and I've looked at it, and I do feel that some of the things that were talked about from the DEMLAC leadership has been incorporated into that plan. So it does look like a plan that really has a lot of voices in it. I'm really happy to see that. I would, at the same time, in one form or another, whether it's part of the outcomes committee or whether there's an accessory to this plan that we talk about as a community, because the master plan is the blueprint. If you're going to build a house, it's the blueprint. But you really need to say, how are we going to build that house? So I would love to have an accessory document that says, these are the levers and these are the factors, and this is what we're going to stick to. I think that allows us to be successful, and that would be a good way for us to approach all of our plans for all of our students.
Thank you. Additional comments? Mr. Banning?
Yes, thank you. At the last meeting, I spoke in support of the master plan for EMLs. I just wanted to say thank you to our DEMLAC, ELAC reps, to our staff that have supported this process. I think some of the most important things that I heard in this presentation were recognition of the importance of communication with families, of active involvement with families, of parent workshops, and sustainability and resources and curriculum and a sense of urgency around the work that we're doing, about the effectiveness and the importance of parent leaders, and about the intentional leadership planning and preparation, and about monitoring growth for EMLs, including those with disabilities, RFEPs, and about family engagement. Those were the things that I took out of your presentation, and I want to say thank you so much for bringing that to us tonight. I hesitate to go beyond that at this point. I think some of the comments that we just heard are relevant comments for larger work that we're doing, but I wanted to bring it back to thank you for being here and presenting to us what was necessary for us to hear as part of the background. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Munoz, did you have additional comments?
Yes. My additional comment is regarding how this is related to school board partners as an organization in particular. And I would be happy to say this in Spanish if you would like.
Up to you. It's your choice.
Okay. I feel like, I'm, okay. I'll say it in Spanish. It'll be brief. Okay. La organización que está siendo mencionada por la señorita Caffrey es School Board Partners.
The organization that is being mentioned by Ms. Caffrey, School Board Partners.
Antes había visto y repasado el sitio de ellos en el internet.
I had previously seen their website.
Y mi concernimiento, creo que se dice, primeramente es que no está en español.
And one of my concerns is that it's not in Spanish.
Hay información aquí presentada, pero siento que con todo respeto con la señorita Caffrey, no puedo compartirlo, hablarlo, por ejemplo, ahorita con mis compañeras, ¿verdad? En las armas, aquí en la lucha para nuestros estudiantes, porque no está en español.
So one of the concerns would be that I would not be able to share that website with the DEMLAC members so that they could take a look at it because it's not in Spanish.
La otra preocupación que tengo también es de comités, de un comité, porque necesitamos el comité primero a nosotros, como dijo ella, y como hemos hablado, tener la oportunidad de hablar si necesitamos un comité.
And so another concern would be the question about the committee. I think first having a conversation about whether we need a committee like that.
Y no estoy segura cómo decir honestamente Student Outcomes Committee en español.
El comité de resultados de estudiantes.
Ok, gracias. Permítame, por favor. Y si es que llegamos a querer tener un comité, como todos los demás comités que están aquí, mis compañeras proponiendo, es que si debe ser de tiempo limitado o si debe de ser, ¿verdad?, de tiempo a largo plazo.
And another question that we would need to consider, if we wanted to create a committee, then we would have to talk about whether we wanted to have a certain time limit or would it be a standing committee.
Y como está aquí mi compañero a la izquierda, el señor Banning, está mencionando.
And also, like my colleague here, Mr. Banning is mentioning.
Estoy muy de acuerdo y agradezco el apoyo de él en esta, ¿verdad? En esta proposición que tenemos, es que también reconoce que muchos de nuestros estudiantes están en varias categorías.
And so I appreciate his support with this topic and also wanted to mention the fact that you recognize that many of these students fall under different categories.
Que no solamente es el idioma, sino a veces otras, ¿verdad?, asuntos emocionales, físicos, etc.
Not just the language piece, but sometimes there's other factors like emotional, different items, academic, etc.
Y tomando en cuenta que es algo más complejo de lo que parece.
So really considering that it's much more complex than what it might seem.
Sí. Gracias.
So I'm going to jump in. I'm appreciating the discussion, but let's not make it about the Student Outcomes Committee. Let's focus on the DEMLAC report. Ms. Caffrey.
can I just respond to, well,
No,
I
no,
can.
we need to keep it
well,
to the DEMLAC report.
So
and
I feel
we
like
have a long
DEMLAC is related to emerging multilingual. So all I wanted to say was that I think that is excellent feedback that the policy is not in Spanish.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
yeah, I think that's actually excellent feedback, and I will give it to school board partners, and I think that would be huge. Would make the policy even better to have both an English and Spanish version. I think this is related to the DEMLAC report. So basically, what we heard from our DEMLAC committee is they recommend that we have a good sense of how our students are doing over time. And they talked about that at the school level. And so I'm just saying that, not specifically about a committee, but that on the board level, it is important for us to also track data and to make progress on our goals.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, I'm going to go. So just want to bring it back to the DEMLAC committee and just say thank you so much. There are many times where I come to the district office for either a Kabaway meeting or some other sort of meeting, and they're here. I think Miss Oseguera there was 1 week where she was here every day of the week, Monday through Friday. Maybe she got 1 day off that week. And so this is time that they take away from their families, away from other commitments, and to give back to this district and more importantly to our students. And I just want to say thank you, because what you brought to us were very actionable suggestions and recommendations that we see in the EML master plan, that we absolutely can make progress on, that we should be setting benchmarks, to my colleague's point. And I just want to call it a couple. So I want to really uplift the college and university readiness for elementary schools, and really getting that thought into kids' minds early. The university system alone is very tough to navigate when you never experienced it. I didn't have family that experienced the university system. It's very difficult. So the more that we can build that language early on and get kids to see that that's an option for them, I love that. The other one that I want to highlight is the Newcomer Academy. This one in particular is really, really important. And it actually came from, we've been doing work with our site leadership about basically role-based leadership and doing things called small tests of change, where you don't have to do it district-wide. You get to try it somewhere and see if it works. You learn lessons about what didn't work, and you expand the things that did. And this was one of those successes at San Marcos High School. And just really want to give credit to Principal Holden and his leadership team, because I think there's a lot of promise here for families and for students, and I love that you included it. So thank you so much. I really appreciate you all. And you have our commitment to continue to support this work and to continue to include it in everything that we do, and to set benchmarks and to get regular updates about those. Thank you. Okay, so we are going to go back to H1, the approval of resolution 2024-2025-31 in recognition of June as LGBTQ2IA+ Pride Month. We have done a couple of public comments, but I'd actually like to read the resolution with my colleagues, and then we will go back to public comment. Eric had to leave. Yeah, just move up one. Yeah. You all ready? Okay, I'm going to start. Whereas lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, two-spirit, intersex, asexual, plus Pride Month is celebrated each year in the month of June to honor the 1969 Stonewall Uprising in Manhattan that was led by Marsha P. Johnson and Sylvia Rivera. And
Whereas presidents of the United States have officially declared June an LGBTQ2IA+ Pride Month, recognizing the necessity for representation of and targeted actions to protect and support LGBTQ2IA+ individuals, and
whereas Santa Barbara Unified School District works to honor all students, staff members, and families who identify as LGBTQ2IA+, fostering a welcoming school and climate where they can live their authentic lives and be treated with dignity and respect. And
whereas the board reaffirms and incorporates in this resolution, resolution number 2022-23-21, respectful treatment of all persons, unanimously approved November 15th, 2022, and
whereas the Santa Barbara Unified School District is committed to safety, inclusion, representation, and affirmation for all students and identities through developing and coordinating activities, training, and opportunities, included but not limited to Recognize, Respond, Report 3 Rs to address hateful and harmful speech and actions, as well as partnering with local LGBTQ2IA+ focused organizations for targeted expertise. And
whereas a hostile school climate affects students' academic success and mental health, LGBTQ2IA+ students who experience victimization and discrimination at school have worse educational outcomes and poorer psychological well-being. And
whereas Santa Barbara Unified acknowledges the following findings of the Trevor Project's 2021 National Survey on LGBTQ2IA+ youth mental health. The majority of the LGBTQ2IA+ youth, 52%, who were enrolled in middle school or high school, reported being bullied either in person or electronically in the year prior to the survey. LGBTQ2IA+ students who reported being bullied had 3 times greater odds of attempting suicide. LGBTQ2IA+ students who reported to their school to be LGBTQ2IA+, affirming had 30% lower odds of being bullied in the year prior to the survey. And
whereas there have been numerous studies indicating the inequities experienced by the LGBTQIA+ community, including poverty, homelessness, school harassment, physical assault, domestic violence, hate crimes, mental health issues, and substance abuse concerns. And
whereas Santa Barbara Unified will ensure that LGBTQ2IA+ related school resources and supports will be made upfront, visible, and easily accessible to help offset the negative effects of a hostile school climate and promote a positive learning experience. And
whereas Santa Barbara Unified supports student-initiated gender and sexuality alliances, GSAs, and partnering with organizations that support establishing and maintaining GSAs and other safe places for LGBTQIA+ students. And
whereas SBUSD celebrates this rich history, acknowledging the contributions LGBTQIA+ individuals have made and continue to make to strengthen the fabric of American society and its promise of equal rights for all. And
whereas SB Unified recognizes that queer-phobic bias exists and takes a stance to eliminate both explicit and implicit, as well as micro and macro aggressions through proactive messaging and celebrating queer culture and history. And
whereas California state law defines and addresses discrimination, harassment, intimidation, and bullying towards LGBTQ2IA+ students and staff, and complaints regarding such shall be handled through the formal Uniform Complaint Procedures, UCP. And
whereas SBUSD supports schools in the adoption and implementation of comprehensive bullying harassment policies that specifically enumerate sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression with clear and effective systems for reporting and addressing incidents that students experience. And
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Santa Barbara Unified School District does hereby proclaim June 2025 as LGBTQ2IA+ Pride Month, and
Be it further resolved that Santa Barbara Unified recognizes October as Queer History Month, October 11th as National Coming Out Day, March 31st as Transgender Day of Visibility, and the second Friday in April as a day of no silence, a nationally recognized demonstration where LGBTQ2IA+ students and allies around the country protest the harmful effects of harassment and discrimination of LGBTQ2IA+ people in schools by going through the school day without speaking and ending the day with breaking the silence rallies to bring attention to ways their schools and committees can become more inclusive. As such, Santa Barbara Unified will fully support students who choose to celebrate and participate in the aforementioned dates. Additionally, in accordance with Board Policy 5212, Grades Evaluation of Student Achievement, students participating in any of the above-listed date activities shall not have their academic grades negatively impacted, and
Be it further resolved that SBUSD shall implement history and social studies curriculum that highlights the contributions of members of the LGBTQIA+ community and allows students to see themselves accurately reflected as prescribed by the Fair Education Act, Senate Bill 48, which was signed into law on July 14, 2011, and
Be it further resolved in accordance with Board Policy and Administrative Regulations 1312.2 that any challenge to materials highlighting LGBTQ2IA+ contributions and/or identities, the review committee shall have a representative that identifies as LGBTQ2IA+ or work within a LGBTQ2IA+ focused organization, and
Be it further resolved that all staff will ensure that students feel safe and welcomed in all spaces, schools, classrooms, offices, etc., and that students are identified by their preferred name, gender identity, and individual story. And
Be it further resolved that an annual report on the status of the implementation of the curriculum, professional learning, policies, and/or practices referenced in this resolution will be presented to the board, including LGBTQ2IA+ presenters, staff, and students.
And with that, we will turn it back to public comment. And I just want to remind people, please let the public commenter speak. Do not say things during the public comment. Do not say it in between public comments. And I will turn it over to Mr. Banning.
All right, our first three speakers are Barbara Ireland, Kathleen Avina, and Carolyn Abate. Barbara Ireland.
Good evening, Board. My name is Barbara Ireland, and I'm the mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother. Thank you for being willing to listen to this response to allow the LGBTQ ideology at our schools and resolutions passed by the school board. My three girls all went to public school here in Santa Barbara. It saddens me to see what is happening today in the schools. As we work to make the world a safer, more comfortable place for ourselves, success results in working in harmony with reality, not in opposition to it. For example, what would happen if a math teacher taught 2 + 2 = 5? Or an engineer insists that there's no law of gravity when constructing a bridge or designing an airplane? We can see with our own two eyes exactly what would happen. The bridge would collapse and the airplane would not fly. In the same way, what happens to our students when we teach them to deny the reality of being either a boy or a girl and instead insist they can be multiple genders? We can see the mental health problems happening to our students, failing classes, dropping out of school, drug, alcohol, and marijuana abuse, behavior problems, becoming homeless, and even to the point of committing suicide. It's as if they are collapsing too. We must be very careful what we are teaching our students and which ideas we as adults role model and support. Thank you for your time. and being willing to thoughtfully consider these ideas. God bless you.
Thank you. Kathleen Avina, Carolyn Abate, and Miki Hamill.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Avina. I am a retired elementary teacher from this school district. I am one of your constituents who is employing you through taxes to do what is best for our children. I speak for many, if not most, so I will use the pronoun we. We need our children to be allowed to grow up safe and strong, physically, spiritually, emotionally, socially, and intellectually. We need you to provide a safe environment for this, an environment which respects each child in whatever stage of development they are. We need to beware any selfish, opportunistic influencers lurking in this environment, waiting to hook as legal game any child who strays a little away from the natural path of development so they can be ushered quickly into permanent change, damaging change, which is perpetuated into the very heart and soul of a child for life. We need an environment which promotes our children to look upward, outward, and forward, not causing them to close in, to self-consciously question the validity of their own existence. LGBTQ agendas are tough enough for adults to navigate and are not for children. This LGBTQ pride resolution in the school is like chumming the waters to attract and hook any of our children into very medically difficult lives. It's inappropriate in our schools. You need to stop it. I implore you to listen to us. Please do not pass this resolution. It's inappropriate, and even damaging in our schools.
Thank you. Carolyn Abate, Miki Hamill, and Rosalie Hardwin.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening in response to Board Action Item H1. Biologic fact states that the 23rd chromosomal pair found in every autosomal cell of your body is either XY or XX, resulting in either a boy or a girl. This is confirmed by reality. We can observe the cells in a microscope. And even your own existence was only made possible by the union of one man with one woman. Common sense tells us that denying reality is very dangerous. How do we know that we are not ultimately harming our students' mental, emotional, and physical health by promoting changing from what they were born as a boy or a girl and into something else? Children and young adults are very vulnerable and very impressionable. They do not have the wisdom of life experience to understand the reality of the long-term medical and mental health consequences of trying to permanently change their physical appearance. Would children and young people, all on their own, think of wanting to do this? How do we know that we are not the ones putting these thoughts and ideas into their minds? Common sense tells us that left without any influence, boys and girls would follow their natural course of development and become men and women. We must be very careful what we have been led to believe, and even more careful what we lead our students to believe.
30 seconds.
Consider the purpose of a school: to teach academics, to train students to good habits, and to cultivate virtue. Schools should focus only on this worthwhile and dignified purpose. The natural world is filled with fascinating and wonderful things to learn, problems to solve and conquer so we can make the world a better place. However, we can only be successful with this goal when we work in harmony with reality.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you for being willing to listen and consider these thought-provoking questions.
Thank you. Mickey Hamill, Rosalie Hardwin, and Shannon Zamora.
You don't need to take my picture. Thanks. Good evening, school board members. I'm here to also address the celebration of LGBTQ month by the Santa Barbara Unified School District. I know that you promote all these different sexual preferences each year, but these preferences shouldn't be imposed upon our children in our elementary, junior high, or high schools. Schools are a place for learning academics, the arts, and different trades, not for teaching about sexual preferences or about sex, for that matter. In the book of Genesis, God created man and a woman, 2 genders only. He didn't create 52 different genders with pronouns you could pick and choose. Scientifically, women have 2 X chromosomes, and men have an X and a Y chromosome. This is how God created us. Nowadays, the culture we live in is trying to confuse our children by teaching them that they can choose from all these different genders rather than the one they were born with. Also telling children that they can change their sex by taking puberty blockers and doing radical surgeries, which this has brought about a very high incidence of suicides when these surgeries have been done on our youth. Our children need adults standing against this contradictory sexual ideology that has no place in our schools. I don't know if any of you read the Bible, but God destroyed the towns of Sodom and Gomorrah for following these sexual acts that you are promoting in our school and to our children. Is this what we want to teach our children? If God destroyed these towns because of this perverse sexuality that you are condoning to our children, do you think it's a wise decision to continue celebrating this every year? This is not education. It is indoctrinating our children with an ideology that should have no place in our schools. If adults choose to do these sexual behaviors on their own, that is between them and God, but it should never be promoted to children in schools. Everyone will answer to God after their final breath here on earth. There is a heaven and hell, and it lasts forever. It's called eternity. That's why we have to think about what we promote to our children. I hope you have ears and a heart to hear and do what is right for the children and not what our society dictates. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosalie Hardwin. Oh, that was you. Okay. Shannon Zamora, Naomi Van Wyck, and Brian Campbell.
Hi, my name is Shannon Zamora, and I am I've been a teacher for 13 years, and I'm also a director of a Good News Club. So I'm on the campus, school campus, every week pouring into kids. And I believe that I'm a Christian, and I believe that what the Bible says is to be true of children, and that they are fearfully and wonderfully made. They are made in the image of God, male and female. I also believe what the Bible says to be true about homosexuality and how it's an abomination to the Lord. And I believe, so I am very concerned about Pride Month, and I believe that it's detestable to the Lord. I believe it sows seeds of corruption into the lives of kids, and it's an open door that they should never walk through. And I believe also that promoting this, you'll be accountable to the Lord one day. And it's better if you had a millstone hung around your neck and be drowned in the depths of the sea than to hinder one child. And so I believe that you should reconsider this desire to do this to the children. And thank you for listening. I believe that God has a better plan for their lives. Thank you.
Naomi Van Wyck, Brian Campbell, and Kat Ross.
Hi, thank you for your time. I am Naomi Van Wyck, and I want to start by saying I love the LGBTQ community. I was a lesbian, and I don't love them because I was lesbian. I love them because God loves every creature. He made them in His own image. But He didn't make them to have relations with the same gender. Naturally, that cannot happen. The year I was born, less than 1% of the population identified as LGBTQ. In fact, there was no alphabet even. So why is it now? It's still less than 10% though, but why has that happened? It is because of the indoctrination of the schools. I don't give my taxpayer dollars to you to indoctrinate my children. I have school-age children. I expect them to be learning reading, writing, and arithmetic. Sexuality should be kept at home between the parent and the child. I was 12 years old when I first was dealing with this. 12-year-olds are going through a lot of change. They're dealing with their own body changing. Some of them are dealing with anxiety, depression, insecurities. It does not mean that they are a lesbian, a homosexual, a bi, transgender, all of the different alphabets. It means that maybe they need somebody to take them aside and tell them that they are loved, that they are made perfectly in God's image. It does not mean that they can have their body parts cut off or hormone blockers given to them or puberty blockers. Cutting off someone's private parts does not change their DNA, does not change their identity. You can take one strand of hair and you will do a DNA test, and that will prove that person's gender from when they were conceived in their mother's womb. So we need to let our children be kids and not be indoctrinating them with anything that relates to their gender, because that is very, very confusing for a child. I was there once, and I'm so thankful that I was set free, because that's where Jesus set me free, and that's where true peace and joy and hope comes from. Our children are too young to be having this discussion at all, and especially with the school. They need to have that discussion at home. And one more thing. Why would we say that we can have a whole month for the LGBTQ, for a Pride Month? We do not have a family month. We do not have a heterosexual month. We do not have a children month. So why would we celebrate this small minority? How do you think it makes the rest of the community feel when this is less than 10%? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Brian Campbell, Kat Ross, and Chelsea Meow.
Good evening, board members. God shows us no partiality, Romans 2:11. My name is Brian Campbell, and I am here tonight as a parent and a concerned community member. I love all people. Just as Naomi said, we're all meant to love on each other. But our kids are suffering. 40% of teen suicides are among heterosexual youth alone. Yet they're increasingly marginalized in our schools, not by the peers, but by the very institutions meant to protect and uplift our students, by school boards like this. The district proudly supports LGBTQ plus as one of the students said, 5 out of 15 at this point. They support you. You support them with flags, announcements, themed lessons, LGBTQ month, queer month, this day, that day, all geared towards their sexual preferences and their Pride Month celebrations. I think it's great to lift up all children, not just some. But heterosexuals are not given the same opportunity, support, or voice. This is not true inclusion. It is selective recognition, and it's discrimination. It's actually sexual discrimination. By promoting one group while overlooking another, the district is creating an unequal and harmful environment that violates the First and 14th Amendments, as well as the California Education Code Section 220. We are not here to tear down anything. We're here to support and lift up all children, just like you should be lifting up all children, not just the few. We're simply asking the district to provide the same support and resources to all students, regardless of orientation or sexual identity. That includes allowing heterosexual pride flags wherever there is an LGBTQ+ flag or poster, and designating a month to celebrate heterosexual students with equal visibility and support, and a dedicated month for Family Month. Inclusion means everyone, not just those who fit your political narrative. Stop using the children as political toys. Let's teach our children what real justice, real love, and equality truly look like, not just another form of discrimination. As you said, all students of all identities, and that means all, including heterosexual children. Thank you.
Thank you. Kat Ross, Chelsea Miao, and Tanya Mark.
Thank you for your leadership. We're really appreciative. I'm a GSA advisor at Santa Barbara High. This is a really meaningful thing to our students. They experience the kind of homophobia that you're hearing about this evening on a regular basis in their homes, in this community. And this kind of thing is not only symbolic, but very meaningful to these students. So I just want to thank you.
Thank you. Chelsea, Tanya Mark, and York Shingle.
Appreciate. Did that work? Yeah. Forgive me, I don't have an exact statement here, but I do feel some things that I need to respond to. Academic, religious freedom is important at any school. It's vital. But what I'm hearing tonight, a man is a man, a woman is a woman, is an actively harmful sentiment, and I do not feel it is protected under those rights. When students chant, "Protect trans lives," that is not a revolutionary statement. That is basic human decency. It is not meant to be an exclusion. It's the same thing as saying, protecting and standing up for the kid who gets bullied every time at recess, the only kid who comes home with bruises and scrapes on their arms. That is not revolutionary. That is basic decency. I appreciate the mentions of homelessness and suicide rates going up. What I do want to say on that, though, is that being trans has never been the cause of those issues. The discrimination is the cause. Protect trans lives is not a revolutionary statement, it's decency. And that is the same sentiment we have about this resolution. Many students are subject to hearing the same sentiment that we've heard earlier in this evening. But until we set up the right systems to not only report it, but allow our staff to effectively combat it and acknowledge it in the first place, our work is unfinished. The current understanding among students is that our reporting systems don't lead to actual action. How can any student feel trusted in their district when they don't have this basic sense of protection? Tonight, we urge you to pass this resolution, and this is a difficult spot for any board member to be in. I urge you to pass this resolution, but I also urge you to understand that we will not be fully satisfied in its eventual steps. This is acknowledgement in the right direction, but until we set up the correct systems, see the correct curriculum, our work is not done yet. And I do want to say, I feel love in my classroom, in my GSA, at my home. The only place I don't feel love is in this room right now. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Tanya Mark, followed by York Shingle.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I'm so glad the board will be reading and voting on the Santa Barbara Unified School District Pride Resolution tonight. Not only because it is important that everyone hear the details of this important first step the district is taking to further support the queer community, but also because reading is fundamental. I wasn't going to speak a lot on this subject tonight because you've heard my thoughts for a while now, and you've heard passionate entreaties from students in the district and my wonderful colleagues Charles Clow and Kat Ross as to why you should vote yes on this Pride resolution. Yay. However, it seems a short lesson is in order. Heteronormativity is what makes heterosexuality seem coherent, natural, and privileged. It involves the assumption that everyone is naturally heterosexual and that heterosexuality is an ideal superior to all other sexualities. This concept highlights the systemic biases and neglect that arise as a result of these norms and highlights the need for increased awareness and inclusivity to create an environment where everyone feels accepted. Enter tonight's Pride resolution. Unfortunately, the privileged, queer-phobic, heteronormative viewpoint has been prevalent this evening. If you vote no on this resolution, you are perpetuating these harmful narratives and sentencing future generations of students to an ignorant and fearful community full of even more hate and bigotry. A quick addition, the pride flag has absolutely not replaced the American flag. In fact, the Pledge of Allegiance just happened at this very meeting where everyone saluted the American flag. Well, welcoming everyone does not require the sidelining of anyone else. Intersex people exist. Love is limitless. It doesn't mean that you have to choose one over the other. Thank you in advance for voting yes on this Pride resolution and for implementing the action items outlined therein that allow students and staff to celebrate being queer all year.
Thank you. York Shingle.
Good evening. I'm York Shingle, MTSS at McKinley, and out proud gay man. I went through these schools. I was called the F slur at La Colina when I was a student there. I was called the F slur when I was a student at San Marcos. I still am called the F slur when I walk around town holding my husband's hand. I can't think of what the straight slur is because we live in that straight society that Tanya just spoke about. So when we talk about celebrating straight pride and all of that, it happens every single day. That's why we need a certain month. What my indoctrination looks like as a gay man is I will pull out my phone to tell kids the time, and they see this really cute picture of my husband and I. And they say, "Oh, ¿quién es? Oh, es mi esposo." And a lot of times when they're really young, they'll say, "Oh, you should have a wife." And I say, "Oh, well, I fell in love with a man, so." And I indoctrinate them, and I make them terrible. No, they, the next week, don't care. And they say, "How's your husband? Can he come to the next family picnic?" Because it doesn't actually matter that much to them. The indoctrination I would love to have happen is for kids to care about each other, to learn about people they don't have as many commonalities with, to ask questions, to learn more, and to finish their work and put their names on their papers. So thank you for supporting this, recognizing that our existence is not a threat to those of us who are straight. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes public comment for this item. Any comments from my colleagues? Dr. Beal.
I wanted to make a comment to clarify and also my thoughts on this issue. So, as you know, we did pledge allegiance to the American flag, and in our schools, we have the American flag. Teachers have their classrooms, which gets to be an expression of their identity. Students can express their identity. They can wear clothing that expresses that identity as long as it doesn't threaten other students. So there are ways for students to express their identity in our school, and we let those people express them personally. So I feel that the discussion here about a suppression of identity is not correct. I also feel that there are two different discussions going on here. There's identity and sexuality. We, as a district, allow students to find their identity. And sexuality is a much more complex thing, and there is no indoctrination of sexuality going on in this district. So I've been a practicing physician in this town for 25 years. I first had a private practice for 14 years. And when parents of my generation, who did grow up hearing slurs against people who had different identities or sexualities, when parents started to speak to me about what was happening with their students in schools, there was none of this talk of, this is wrong. It was more about acceptance, that they were very happy that if their students chose an identity that was not common, that their students were being accepted and their students were thriving. So I would like our unified schools to have that level of acceptance. And so these resolutions that uplift our minority populations in our school are for that reason, so that we have acceptance of the people around us. Now I'm in with the college population. Once again, there's no medical indoctrination going on. There's just acceptance. So I would like to be in a unified district with acceptance of students and what they choose to do as they mature.
Thank you. Other comments from my colleagues? Ms. Munoz?
I'm going to follow the comment of Dr. Beal, and thank you, Dr. Beal, for that. I appreciate you. As a hospice social worker, I've been at the bedside of many, both young and older, and unfortunately, during my generation and prior to that, it was, I'm trying to say it politely, and I can't find the words right now. However, I have been at the bedside with couples that did not feel like they could be honest with their neighbors, with their friends, with their family. And if they were honest, they were banned basically from existence, from the family they did not have, et cetera, et cetera. And I am very proud to be with Santa Barbara Unified, where we are supportive of our students, our parents, however that is defined, however they wish to self-define. And if they want to change and be fluid, hey, I have 100% of my support. I can't say it any more clear than that. I'm very proud that SBUSD has Pride Month. I am very proud of Santa Barbara that we had the Transgender Unity March on March 1st that I attended. And I spoke to students there, and I spoke to community members there who said, gosh, I wish I would have known about this. I myself found out about it at the last minute, so I was able to, share it here with my fellow board members and my community and such. So I'm inviting you at this time to join hands with us in SBTAN next year, which I'm hoping to be around on this planet, March 1st, or thereabouts, and to also show my appreciation to York Shingle to come up and talk to us about what his experience was. We've all heard the slurs, and the comments. Is he? Is she? It's never, do you think he or she is heterosexual? Come on, it's time. Let's be supportive of our students. Let's prevent rather than react. And depression and suicides have happened so much through the generations. Our school district is here for our students regardless. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Caffrey.
I'm just going to echo Trustee Munoz and Trustee Beal and say I'm really proud to support this resolution. And I heard in our public comment, people talking about this being a first step. So ensuring that we continue to make progress and that all of our LGBTQIA plus students feel welcome in our schools.
Mr. Banning.
I'll continue the accolades for my fellow board members and say thank you for speaking so eloquently on this. My only wish is that the members, let me put it this way. I'd like to thank the members of the public that remained, that spoke in opposition to this and stayed behind and heard what we had to say as well. I want to say thank you to those of you that are still here.
So I'll just say, I think one public commenter said that it might be difficult for us board members to support something like this, and I don't think so. We heard public commenters that said this is about ideologies and politics, and I have to wholeheartedly dismiss that. That is ridiculous. This is not a zero-sum game. Recognizing the humanity of someone or a group does not diminish that of another. I can tell you, as an ambassador from the heterosexual community, we do not need a month, we do not need a day. It is every single day. And so it is offensive to say that fostering a welcoming school climate for our LGBTQIA students is political or pushing some sort of ideology. 2 + 2 does not equal 5 because that math doesn't exist. These people, however, our students, our staff, our community members, they do exist. We see them, we support them. And I also hear the first public commenter who said, you know, this is nice, but it's not enough. And resolutions are not enough. Resolutions are a statement of values and intentions, and that's what this is. But the work really happens outside of this room. And I do agree that we need to do more. And it is this board's responsibility, it is the district office and our staff's responsibility, but I think we also need to view this as a shared responsibility, that every person that works in this district, every person that goes to our schools, we have this shared responsibility. If we're relying only on this board or only on district staff, we're going to fall short of the intentions and values that are in this resolution. But if we do it together, we can be successful, and I think we really will. So I will proudly support this. I will entertain a motion, and thank you all for who came out and gave public comment and who are here. Appreciate you. So with that, do we have a motion?
I move to approve the resolution by Santa Barbara Unified School District hereby proclaiming June 2025 as LGBTQ2IA+ Pride Month.
Do you have a
I'm
second?
proud to second it.
We have a first and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous, 5-0. Thank you. Okay. All right. We are continuing our agenda management. So we are going to close out H1. We're going to go to our student board member report. He had to leave early, but Dr. Maldonado is going to present it on his behalf. I already did. Yeah.
Okay, so Eric has hardly ever left our meetings, but you know he left because it was very important. But he did give me his remarks, so I will read them to you now. Good evening, everyone. We recently held our final Superintendent Student Advisory Committee meeting of the year. It was an exciting meeting where we were able to discuss our last initiatives for the year as a group. I want to take time to reflect on a few things that the council has been able to accomplish. Number one, picking up from last year's work with the help of VADA, we designed our mental health mascot. 2, we wrote and sent positive affirmation emails to students and staff through Student Square. 3, we created videos with affirmations to eliminate mental health stigmas and create a safer environment where students can look for help, as well as promoting mental health resources in our community. 4, we helped redesign the student mental health resource page to allow for better access. 5, we campaigned with, with Senator Limon's office, placing suicide prevention signs near train tracks surrounding San Marcos High School with resources for individuals in crisis. 6, we started the project by placing resources and affirmations in high school bathrooms. 7, started collecting student questions for the senior exit survey to gain insights from students on what needs to improve. Next, we provided student feedback on the LCAP and instructional framework. And lastly, we worked to coordinate a joint response to community grief. Dos Pueblos High School and Santa Barbara High School and the district office by sharing supportive messages and grief resources. It's been a very productive year with the help of many. Thank you to everyone that helped along the way and continued to support us in our initiatives. Our community has experienced recent loss in the past weeks with the passing of 3 Dos Pueblos High School students and 2 Santa Barbara High School staff members. These tragedies have deeply impacted us all, reminding us of the importance of compassion, connection, and collective support. In the face of this grief, our community has come together in meaningful ways through vigils, memorials in the halls, and mutual care. These expressions of unity show the strength and resilience of our community. On behalf of the student body, I extend my heartfelt condolences to the loved ones of those we have lost.
You want to continue with your report?
Yes. And I will now continue with the superintendent report. Thank you for waiting. I would like to introduce the new principal for Adams Elementary. And as she walks up, I want to say there was a lot of people here to support her, but they had a conflicting event going on as well. So wherever they are having a great time, I know they were here to support our new principal, Ms. Allison Quijano. She will replace Ms. Kelly Fresh, who's here in attendance in the audience. Thank you, Ms. Fresh. Allison has been a teacher on special assignment for several years and has led several key initiatives, which you'll hear about in a moment. Ms. Quijano, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, can you hear me? Okay. Good evening, Board President Escobedo, board members, Dr. Maldonado, and Santa Barbara community. I'm honored and humbled. Sorry, this is me. You know this about me already. To be the next principal of Adams Elementary. I'm grateful to have my husband, Chris, and my kids, Max and Catalina. Thank you for sticking with me, you guys. I think this is part of it now, so just get used to it. Late nights here with me tonight. I couldn't do any of this without them. You all have known me in my role as Secondary English Instructional Support Specialist, which I've proudly served in for the last 6 years. And tonight I'd like to share just a little about myself and how I bring both what I've learned in this role and my previous experiences to my new position. I come from a long line of family members who highly valued public education and social justice, including my grandmother, who escaped Nazi persecution during the Holocaust to eventually earn a PhD and become a librarian, and then married another librarian. Growing up in Colorado, I had a wonderful experience in my public schools and was constantly surrounded by family members having conversations about world events, politics, nature, and anything they recently heard on NPR. Though I didn't always know I wanted to be a teacher, my path eventually led me to teaching English at Sheridan High School in Denver. And my classroom at Sheridan is where my passion to serve students who deserve highly effective teachers the most, those who have traditionally been underserved, are multilingual learners or undocumented, those who have historically been mislabeled as not valuing education, was ignited. It's within this context that I found every student wants to be challenged and experience success. From my time in the classroom, mentoring student teachers and new teachers, through my time as an instructional coach in Arizona, and into my role here in Santa Barbara, I have always considered myself an instructional leader. Instruction is my jam. And the reason I'm so nerdy and passionate about it is because I have a fundamental belief that what teachers do in their classrooms, how they plan and deliver their lessons, how they form and maintain relationships with students, the strategies that they use to reach a wide variety of needs, all of these have the potential to make a dramatic impact on students' learning and experiences in school. I have experienced in each of these roles that students will absolutely rise to the level of our expectations. And so it's incumbent upon us to set our expectations high and then use our skills to help each student reach them. Of all the work I've done in my current position, what I am most proud of is our shift toward universal access in secondary English classes. This is one example of how making an intentional plan that takes a long-term approach to disrupting some of the systems that have led to inequitable experiences and outcomes for students can make a tremendous impact. I'm proud to have supported and facilitated this teacher-led shift, and I intend to continue this long-term and systematic approach to disrupting the predictable patterns of student achievement that we see in our schools. Though the work that we have done in secondary is powerful, we need to start earlier. Board members, as you know, I've also been connected to our ethnic studies work in the district, and I have deep appreciation for all that I have learned through that work. Folks often refer to an ethnic studies lens through which we view the world and teaching and learning. For me, it's been more like LASIK surgery. I now have a permanently sharper focus on equity, justice, and humanity. I hope to be able to remain connected to this work going forward. Though I will be the leader of Adams, the teachers and staff and students and community of Adams will be my best teachers. One thing that has been clear to me as a parent and now spending some time at Adams is that the teachers, staff, and students are well cared for as humans. I intend to continue that approach. In various times and spaces, I've been asked to consider what my core values are. And I always come back to 3: trust, community, and joy. I intend to purposefully build trust with Adams staff, students, and families in my first year and beyond, as it is my belief that trust must be the foundation of everything that we do. I intend to continue to cultivate the community and a collective approach to the work. We are all in this together. And I intend to nurture joy in every opportunity. My hope is that each staff member, each student, and each family or community member will experience joy in some way every day that they're at Adams, continuing that they already do that. I want to give special appreciation to all of the junior high and high school English teachers I've supported these last 6 years. I've learned so much from each of you, and I truly mean it when I say it has been an honor to work alongside you. I've been incredibly fortunate in my career to have a wide network of support and mentorship, including my former principal, Michelle Kelly in Denver, who always told me I would be a principal someday. As per usual, she was right. Ms. Fresh, Ms. Corral, and the staff at Adams have built a strong foundation of trust, a collaborative community, and a very joyful school. I feel incredibly fortunate to be able to carry on and move forward with this foundation. Kelly always introduces herself as the proud principal of Adams, and I could not be more honored or proud to be the new principal of Adams. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Quijano, Catalina, and Max for waiting. I know you guys are probably hungry and want to go to dinner. Board members, the next part of my report is a recognition of a teacher who's also been patiently waiting, Ms. Marilyn Garza. If you can come forward. I am honored to recognize Ms. Garza as an exceptional educator in our district. Ms. Garza of Santa Barbara Junior High School has received, I'll be right down here. Actually, let me do that down there. Ms. Garza is receiving the 2025 Outstanding Research Mentor Award at the Santa Barbara County Science and Engineering Fair. For over 20 years, Ms. Garza has mentored hundreds of students in scientific thinking. Many of her students have gone on to become scientists and engineers. This year, 2 were nominated for the Thermo Fisher National Science Fair, and Ms. Garza was selected. Ms. Garza understands that science is learned by doing. Her dedication to rigorous thinking elevates all her students. She's a true intellectual leader, engaging teens in careful observation, creative questioning, and rigorous analysis. The Science and Engineering Council and Ferris Board of Trustees are proud to recognize Marilyn for her many years of outstanding science teaching, and what an incredible research mentor. Please join me in a round of applause for Ms. Marilyn Garcia. Congratulations, Ms. Garcia. Do you want to say a few words?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? I am flattered, I'm honored to receive this. Science projects, I know, have always frightened parents and students alike, but I really do believe it's a truly authentic way of learning science. And so I do applaud Ms. Miller and her predecessor, Shay Loven, for the resilience they show in continuing with the science fair each year. And so I'm really thankful for that, and I'm thankful for all your recognition.
Thank you, Ms. Garza. I have your lid here as well. We are very proud of you, and thank you for making our school district proud. Board members, I do want to have a quick next part of my presentation is the classroom champions. Today we're highlighting Joseph Hutzing, I hope I pronounced that correctly, from La Colina Junior High. He engages Science 8 students in hands-on learning experiences and makes learning relevant to students' lives. He effectively builds positive relationships with students by challenging them to think independently while providing support. Students appreciate Mr. Hutzing's calm and patient demeanor and the way he learns about them as individuals. Lastly, as you already heard from Eric's report, we really have been heartbroken and have had heavy hearts over the tragic passing of our students, senior Jake Curtis, junior Michael Auctioner, and sophomore Alexander Wood. I also want to acknowledge the entire Santa Barbara High School community who showed great strength and compassion in the wake of the recent passing of staff member David Mendoza and Pedro Menchaca. On the screen, you can see a candlelight vigil held last week at Dos Pueblos, and the Santa Barbara High School staff remembrance held last week. I'd like to take a moment of silence to acknowledge the profound loss experienced by our community. Thank you. I also want to extend our deepest gratitude to the Santa Barbara Response Network, Santa Barbara Hospice and Family Services Agency, and the Santa Barbara County Department of Behavioral Wellness for their immediate and ongoing support to the Dos Pueblos High School community during this incredibly difficult time. Their swift and compassionate response has been invaluable. To the families and friends of Jake, Michael, Alexander, Mr. Mendoza, and Mr. Menchaca, we offer our sincerest condolences. There are no words to fully express the sorrow we feel for everybody's loss. Please know that our entire community stands with you in grief and support. And as we recognize the immense emotional toll this has taken, we commend the resilience and care for their school communities. I want to do also a special recognition to the administrators at Dos Pueblos and Santa Barbara High School who lead all of this work and have to really hold it together for everyone else. As leaders of the community, a special thank you. Finally, to all the Santa Barbara Unified District staff, your collective efforts in providing support, resources, and a compassionate presence for our students and families have been remarkable. Our counselors, our wellness teams, who all have offered assistance, your commitment to the well-being of our community shines through. We're grateful for your tireless work during this challenging time, and I'm going to encourage every one of those people to also take time for self-care, because we know when they go in the front lines to take care of everyone else, it takes a couple of days before they realize how much they need to do it themselves. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Public comment for 10. Mr. Banny.
Yes, for public comment. Oh, looks like we have one more. Is there still a virtual? No? Okay. All right. Shall we go ahead? This is public comment for non-agenda items. Kate Lambert, followed by Rich Lashua and Amanda Rios.
Hello, everyone.
My name is Kate Lambert. I work at Santa Barbara High, and I do want to say thank you to my admin and to the district for all the support as we've been processing our grief. It has helped me specifically. I needed it one morning, so thank you so, so much. What I wanted to come up and make sure I put into people's minds for future budgeting is that La Colina and San Marcos have a bus issue. It's actually a conflict. Over the last 3 years, as I've gotten involved and gotten to know my district better, I have found out that La Colina has been called on to help, and they have helped, by signing a waiver that creates a temporary solution for this busing issue. Each year, though, as this has come up, the question arises, why is this still an issue? Why hasn't the transportation budget been fixed for this? Although teachers have agreed to the waiver, it is not something that educators want. It is something that we do to ensure students can arrive safely to school and on time. Educators ask that the district's plan to budget for the needs of the buses comes to fruition. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Rich Lashwa, Amanda Rios, and Brian Campbell.
Good evening. As the school year closes, I thank you for your guidance. I see signs of restoring trust with our fractured community, and I exhort you to continue. I've been here every month for over 2 years about significant flaws in our school schedules, which have profoundly negative impacts on students' access to the arts and unnecessary disruption in the livelihoods of dozens of teachers. President Escobedo has already warned that further cuts may be necessary soon. Let's narrow our focus to Prop 28. It's designed to fund expansion of arts programs, but our current schedules, especially secondary, have no more space for additional courses. If we don't effectively spend the money for its intended use, we'll lose it. A 7th period at the secondary level is the simplest solution, but not the only one. Yet even that will take coordination with the union, so it's evident that any solution is going to take some forethought and work. As I tell my students, be careful, deadlines are closer than they appear. I've carefully avoided making threats in my comments here, but I assure you that with the recent outcry in support of saving our arts programs, if a year from now we are slashing programs because the district couldn't find a way to spend free money, it's not going to go over well. If word gets out that we don't get any more free money because we don't know how to spend the free money we already have, it will be even worse. But if we end up in a position where we're saving money by cutting programs we could have saved, but we didn't because we don't know how to spend free money, and we no longer get the free money because we're cutting arts programs, well, I sure don't want to be here for that board meeting, that's for sure. It's possible Prop 28 funds could expand programs while offsetting some of the initial costs. It's possible Prop 28 funds can ease pressure on the budget so cuts won't be made at all. But this is not a problem I have the power, knowledge, nor paycheck to solve. Please don't swerve from your commitment to what's best for students. As I've been reminding you for years, this is a broken system that you inherited, so the blame is not yours. However, the absolute worst thing you can do is nothing. We literally cannot afford to put it off till next year any longer.
30 seconds.
Let's go change the world.
Thank you. Amanda Rios, Brian Campbell, and Joanna Butarago. Joanna.
Good evening, Board. My name is Amanda Rios, and I am a parent of an Adams Elementary student, soon to be 2 La Cumbra students. And so the next few weeks, I'm going to continue advocating for my elementary school that I love so much. I want to acknowledge the effort that's gone into bringing after-school enrichments to every elementary school this year. I know that was a big task. And for campuses that previously had no programs at all, this has been a meaningful improvement, and I'm truly glad to see more students getting access to these experiences. That said, I want to provide some honest feedback here. And I know you guys have been soliciting feedback too, so we appreciate that. And I wanted to take the opportunity to acknowledge that as well. The current program is still not meeting the needs of our schools and definitely not the needs of our larger school communities. The number of classes offered is limited, demand is high, and many families, especially those who had robust programs before, are feeling that difference. Tonight, I'm here with other parents and enrichment providers to ask that the board consider a more flexible hybrid model moving forward, one that ensures all students have access to free, high-quality enrichment, while also allowing for parent-paid options that expand availability and variety. Families should have the opportunity to enroll their children in more than just 1 or 2 classes during the week if they have the ability to and are willing to be able to do so. I'm also deeply concerned about the future of funding. If ELOP dollars are reduced or eliminated, what's the plan? We need to be proactive now and to ensure that enrichment becomes a sustainable and permanent part of our schools, not just a short-term program tied to temporary funding. Although my own children will soon move on from elementary school, I was deeply involved in the development of this program prior to the district taking it over, and I remain committed to ensuring it serves all students well. Every child in our district deserves access to enrichment that supports their growth, creativity, and joy, not just now, but for years to come. There are parents and providers willing to collaborate and help make this successful. Thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to advocating for the arts as my students enter into the junior high school, because that is what I'm the most passionate about, and you will see that soon. Thanks.
Thank you. Brian Campbell, Joanna, I'll get your name when you're up here, and Joseph Evers. Brian is not here, okay. Joanna, tell me your last name.
Good evening. I'm Joanna Butrago. I am also a parent at Adams. Okay, good evening, board members. On the same vein of enrichments, while I also appreciate the intention to bring after-school enrichments to every elementary school, the rollout of this program has created some real challenges. The sign-up process has been confusing and frustrating, and communication from the district has been inconsistent at best. In my case, I had trouble enrolling my daughter and had reached out with some emails, but due to delays and lack of response, she ended up missing the program entirely. It was one she'd previously treasured being a part of, so she was very disappointed. I know many other families have had similar experiences. Beyond the logistical problems, I want to speak to the importance of true equity. Equity doesn't mean every school gets the exact same thing. It means every school gets what they need. That requires listening to individual communities and building on what's already working. Instead of replacing existing successful programs, the district could have adapted and expanded them. Starting from scratch has caused unnecessary disruption and in some cases reduced access. We're asking for a more thoughtful and flexible approach, a hybrid model previously mentioned that includes free enrichments for all students along with paid options for families who want more. This approach honors both access and choice. And finally, with the uncertainty of the ELOP funding, we need to act now to ensure that the enrichment programs are sustained and not dependent on temporary funding streams. We're ready to partner with the district to improve the system, and we hope that you'll do the same. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Joseph Evers, followed by Corey Kaufman and Myra Oseguera.
Hello again, guys. It's Lobster Joe, and I'm here as an after-school coordinator regarding the lack of communication for the after-school programming for the following year. Last year, the district failed to make decisions before the summer break. As a result, the fall semester went without after-school programming. This left people out of work, families out of after-school options, and it was basically completely avoidable if we had figured this out before the summer break. This was done in the name of equity, cutting programs at schools that had multiple offerings, not because of funding shortages, but because other sites didn't have these programs yet. That's not really what equity means. Equity should expand access, not restrict it. And nothing in ELOP funding requires this kind of redistribution. Let's see. Over the past few months, I've reached out to the district multiple times, and I've received no responses about the next planned meeting, about MOUs, or the scheduling of after-school programs for the fall semester. There's only 2 board meetings left before you guys are going to break, and I go to summer camps, and everybody else goes to do their own thing, and we forget about it for the summer. So I advise you guys to please start working on this issue so we do not run into the same situation we did last fall semester. And I want to specifically call on you, Board President, as UCSB Youth Programs Director, as well as intramural sports that I've played. You know the timeliness of this type of stuff. And so I would really appreciate it if we got on this topic as soon as possible, as we only have 2 meetings left. And I look forward to hearing from correspondents from the district so we can get down to planning these awesome programs for the kids of the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Corey Kaufman.
One second.
Hang on just a
Dr.
second.
I just
Maldonado.
want, for those of you who are asking about that, we do have a plan to bring that for the June 24th meeting, and our staff will be reaching out for you to get all the details for that, how that will come next. We did just have a meeting with the PTA presidents and the principals to get that ball started, so that is coming. Thank you.
Okay, so this is Corey Kaufman, will be followed by Myra Oseguera and York Shingle.
Oh, here we go. Hi. So Corey Kaufman, I am the father of a second grader at Roosevelt. On the topic of after-school programs, when I joined 3 years ago, we were able to build roughly 15 programs. So it's 3 programs a day for all ages at Roosevelt. And with the distribution of ELOP funds, that went away. And this year we looked at 3 programs in total, covering only 2 days. The ELOP funds introduced a completely new model, and I believe it should have complemented the model that we had. So in an effort to create equity, we unintentionally limited access and opportunity. So the ELOP's valuable. Like, we need the ELOP funds to help with our in-need families, and the unpredictability for year-over-year California budgets and the fact that they're shifting criteria to be able to access those funds will continue to make it difficult for schools to create a stable and predictable roster of programs. And under this administration, those funds could potentially go away overnight. So I too am advocating for district-level policy change to enable this hybrid model. The hybrid model would allow the district-funded programs to coexist next to PTO, PTA, and family-funded programs, and give the flexibility for the district to focus on core and established programs and predictable budgets, but create space for the communities to fill in the gaps. That way, if the funding increases, great, the district programs can increase. And if the funding decreases, well, then the families and schools can step in. And if the funding goes away, then enrichment doesn't go away with it. There's no need for a backup plan in this case. This would be Plan A and Plan B. And it will help us move beyond these limited seats into a system where every school has 5-day-a-week access to meaningful enrichment. And we would build in scholarships, and we would make sure that equity was at the forefront of this. I was fortunate to work with Dr. Sheffield on being able to put the current model that exists today, the SB platform, in place. And it took 6 months, but we're ready now. I mean, I think that's the case, is like we've built in where each school now has access to the site, has a site coordinator, access to approved providers, and the tools to plan and implement enrichment effectively. That didn't exist before. That was part of the inequity for schools being able to offer the same amount of programs, and we've built in that capability. So now that it exists, we just need the approval to act. We're in a position to fix it. We need the policy change, as Joe mentioned, before the end of the year, so we can start to plan for fall and make sure that we stay ahead of this. It's a timely opportunity. We can restore the stability.
20
We
seconds.
can restore access at each school. And yeah, thank you for your time. Thank you for your commitment to equity and the opportunity for all of our students.
Thank you. Myra Oseguera, followed by York Shingle and Paula Dutra. Myra.
Buenas tardes, buenas tardes, miembros de la mesa directiva. Mi nombre es Mayra Oseguera y soy mamá de un estudiante de McKinley.
Good evening, board members. My name is Mayra Oseguera, and I am a mother of a student at McKinley.
Estamos aquí hoy para dar las gracias por los programas de enriquecimiento que tuvimos en nuestra escuela.
And we are here today to offer thanks for the programs that we had at our school,
Especialmente el programa de teatro.
for the enrichment programs, especially the theater program.
Los niños tuvieron la oportunidad de mostrar lo que aprendieron con una obra de teatro.
The children had the opportunity to show what they learned in a play.
Muchos niños expresaron que este programa les ayudó a desarrollar habilidades artísticas y de seguridad para hablar en público.
A lot of kids said that this program helped them develop skills in acting and also confidence in public speaking.
Sé que hay muchos retos para seguir con estos programas de enriquecimiento,
I know that there are a lot of challenges to continue offering these enrichment programs,
pero han impactado positivamente a muchos estudiantes,
but it's had a very positive impact on many students,
incluyendo a mi hija.
including my daughter.
Esperamos que sigan apoyando los programas de enriquecimiento
We hope that you continue to support enrichment programs,
con ese balance entre las escuelas,
keeping in mind that balance between schools,
para que todos los niños tengan acceso a actividades extracurriculares de forma equitativa.
so that all students have access to artistic and extracurricular activities in an equitable way.
Y Julieta quiere decir unas palabras de gracias por ese programa.
And Julieta actually wants to share a few words of appreciation for that program.
Hi, my name is Julieta, and I was in a show called Broadway or Bus, and the experience was really fun and made me more confident to speak out loud, and my teacher, Miss Maya and Miss Gracie, are the best, and I'm truly thankful for the opportunity to experience this amazing program.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, York Shingle, Anna Paula Dutra, and Ryan Rollman.
Good evening. I'm York Shingle, still MTSS at McKinley, still gay and proud, though honestly, that's one of the least interesting parts of me. I'm here to talk about specials at McKinley and other small schools next year. Our specials teachers have been told that next year they'll be split 60% at McKinley and 40% at either Cleveland or SBCA. I want to first point out this is a reduction in specials for our students. We have full-time music and PE this year. Our art is already split, but the way it started, students only got it 1/3 of the year. And our STEAM is sort of split because he has to go out to the engineering academy at DP a couple times a week. The way this reduction is played out is that smaller schools are told they don't need full-time specials teachers, and principals have to figure out how to schedule these courses. My main problem with that is that principals just have to smile and say they can make it work because they aren't a protected class of employee. So they're going to do their best, but it leaves our specials teachers wondering how they're possibly going to manage next year's schedules and what that will look like. So I put some together for our art teacher because she was asking, what will that look like? And it isn't possible. It isn't possible for her to serve all of the courses at McKinley and all of the courses at Cleveland and have any of her contractual prep time, in addition to then having, twice as many kids. I don't know how that's going to happen. My request is not it is about specials, but it's more about when a district level change is made, that a district level solution be offered that meets contract. What I'm worried is going to happen is principals are going to work to figure this out. They're going to get it figured out, and the first week of school, I'm going to call up John Becchio and say, hey, I have to grieve our specials because we aren't meeting contract. I would love for us to have that problem solved before we start a school year, before we even sign up who is going to be at what site. I mostly said that. A solution, if folks are going to be split among sites, look at how many classes are taught by each specials teacher, right? There are bigger schools where teachers are teaching 22 courses, but doing 16 at one site and 12 at another site ends up being more. and you're split. I would really like us to be proactive about this and not reactive. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Anna Paula Dutra and Ryan Rollman.
Good evening. I'm Anna Dutra. I am the PE teacher at McKinley. So following York, thank you, York, for speaking for us. On March 5th, the district held an elementary specials team meeting at the Globe Theater. And we, the teachers, all attended, and as we seek answers of what the district's vision would be for the future of specials. We left feeling unheard, as our various questions had the same answer, which was, please write your concerns on the chart paper. We also heard that any offers of specials had to be equitable. Well, not all schools have the same needs, and offering the same thing for all schools, it's not really equitable that way. Our school is growing, and it's not the lowest population right now. Our population is growing, so to be handed that is not equitable. Also, PE is only being offered, the students only get 100 minutes per week, bi-weekly, which is half of what the state recommends. So we're not offering all the PE. And I also heard on that meeting that we are overstaffed. I heard that over and over again. And if anything, offering the 200 minutes that students need of physical education would require an extra teacher on the larger schools. So we're not overstaffed. If anything, we're understaffed. In physical education, students compete. So I heard from my colleagues, some of my colleagues that had to do this job before, split between two schools, that they would never do this again. They would quit before they did this again. Because, you would never have the Raiders and the Rams have the same coach. So kids felt betrayed for their coach rooting for a rival school where they compete. Our kids just attended the track meet at Westmont College, which was it's an incredible experience for all the elementary schools that get together.
30 seconds.
For that. So anyway, my request is for you to consider to not split physical education so we can provide the minutes that students actually need and to be equitable. And handing the two Title I schools the short end of the stick, it is not equitable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ryan Rollman. Ryan Rollman. Going once. Going twice.
Is that it? Okay. That concludes public comment for non-agenda matters. Do we have any board comments or correspondence? Knowing that, yep, Mr. Banning.
I just wanted to take a moment and acknowledge Superintendent Maldonado, Principal Woodward, and Principal Razzo for their compassionate leadership and timely communications in the wake of the recent losses we've experienced. These losses have rippled through our community. Lives have certainly been touched directly and indirectly in every corner of our district. And I also want to acknowledge the quiet leaders and support staff who stand outside the spotlight and provide support in ways we may never fully realize. In times of deep tragedy, we are reminded of what connects us across schools, departments, and roles. Our shared humanity, our care for young people, and our commitment to one another. These moments, painful as they are, strip away divisions and highlight the essential unity of our system. The response we've seen from principals, teachers, support staff, students, families, and our community partners supporting our commitments to mental health and well-being has not only been compassionate, but deeply collaborative. Grief has a way of pushing aside organizational boundaries and reminding us that we are one community. While none of us would wish for these circumstances, we can honor the lives lost by building on the sense of unity that emerged in response. These moments show us that when we act with empathy and purpose, we are stronger together.
Thank you. Ms. Munoz.
I had a comment in mind, but I will, just to follow Mr. Banning, it's the loss that we have as a community right now is just, it's overwhelming, it's tremendous with our young people. One of the losses that we had recently was a student whose name I don't know. I do know his name, Damien, is because I stopped by the memorial. That's at the, sorry, I just need a second. That's at the corner of Turnpike and San Simeon that I mentioned to Mr. Benz the other day. There's candles there and there's flowers for him. I want us to honor him. And we also lost, we also lost a friend of ours who was a DP grad who went to school with my daughter, Isaiah Lee Brown, who was born on April 9th, 1991, and was found on May 4th, 2025. He had passed away, I believe, at home. I'd like to just say that. I'm going to try to read this. Isaiah, your passing has left big. Could you help me?
Isaiah? Your passing has left a big hole in our hearts and this world. You will be missed more than you'll ever know. Your legacy lives on in the lives you touched, and your infectious smile will forever remain in our hearts.
And for our community, that we will get through this and know how to support each other as best we can.
Thank you, Ms. Munoz. Other board comments or correspondence? Ms. Caffrey, did you want to go? Ms. Caffrey.
I just want to acknowledge and honor the memory, honor the lives of Jake Curtis, Michael Oshner, and Alexander Wood, and also Mr. Mendoza and Mr. Menchaca. So that's, I just want to. That's
I'll just echo that. I knew one of them, and my heart goes out with all the families, and thank you, Ms. Munoz, for sharing that. I'm not going to say much more than that. So with that, I'm going to close out board comments and correspondence. And if it's okay with the board, I'm going to skip E and F, and we can go back to that at the end of the meeting. We have two important board reports, and then some agenda items. So I'm going to go to G2.
okay.
Yes.
Do you think we could take a break?
Yeah, we can take a break. Yeah. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 9:05. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to call this meeting back to order. We now will go to G2, addressing bias and anti-Black actions progress report. And we have Ms. Pilhofer. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Escobedo, board members, Superintendent Dr. Maldonado, and members of the community. It is my privilege to provide a progress report on our district's ongoing efforts to address biased and anti-Black actions in the district. This year's efforts were really shaped by 3 resolutions that you all passed. One was the Advancing Equity-Driven Practices, affirming the respectful treatment of all persons, and formally recognizing our CABA Way, our committee advancing Black achievement, wellness, and excellence as a long-term advisory body. These actions led to our launch of a healing-centered learning series with UCSB's Kindred, specifically for assistant principals and deans who are often on the front line to responding to incidents. This also is attributed to our expanding district-wide professional learning opportunities on bias, inclusion, and belonging. I want to recognize the leadership of Family and Student Services for their ongoing oversight of the UCP process, already well established across the district. With thoughtful input from CABA Way, they further enhanced the website and reporting tools by adding clear, accessible language to help families and staff better understand the steps involved and what to expect after a report is submitted. Our high school Black student unions led impactful student-driven initiatives this year, from Black History Month celebrations to movie nights, peer-led events, wellness circles, all aimed at affirming identity and building campus building belonging. With support from Healing Justice SB, UCSB Kindred, and the SBCC Emoja community, students access mentorship opportunities and culturally sustaining engagement opportunities within our community. Off-campus events such as Black Graduation, a youth summit at SBCC, and Black Family Cookout all allowed students and families to extend their leadership beyond school walls and build connections with the broader community. Okay, from August through May 19th, the district received 80 hate or bias reports. This is all through the Recognize, Respond report system. Most incidents reports came from grades 7 through 12, with fewer at the elementary level. This aligns with national trends showing increased identity-based harm and hate during the adolescent stages. This is only highlighting the need for early and more proactive supports. Of the 80 reports received, the majority were submitted by students and staff. The most frequently reported incidents included racial slurs, microaggressions and macroaggressions, verbal harassment, and with a smaller number involving physical altercations. Each report prompted a site-level response, which included strategies such as restorative conversations, extended learning opportunities, parents and counselor involvement, and when appropriate, disciplinary action. This data provides valuable insight into where and how harm is occurring and directly informs how we train staff, support students, and strengthen our intervention systems. Reported incidents have decreased from 163 last year to 80 so far this year, representing a 50% decline. While the numbers have changed, we are still cautious in drawing conclusions and recognize the importance of continued analysis of the data. Moving forward, we will monitor this data closely to identify trends and guide the development of targeted learning focused on prevention. Looking ahead to the upcoming year, we're welcoming new and returning members to CABA Way. Our continuing members include 3 parent representatives, Dr. Michelle Pettigrua, Brianna Serrano, and Kemba Lawrence, 2 teachers, Kareem Battle and Art Nelson Concordia, and of course our own board president, Gabe Escovedo, who's our board representative. We also have added to the committee Simone Evans, who is an elementary educator, 2 Black Student Union leaders, Yako Belete from Dos Pueblos and Senyo Wajogbi from Santa Barbara High School. Connie Alexander, president of the NWACP and co-founder of Gateway Educational Services, is now joining Kabaway. So looking ahead, the committee will partner with the district to host a Kabaway retreat to onboard new members and returning members. We're exploring the idea of piloting a parent learning academy, expanding our BSU mentorship opportunities, support and uplift the work of our ethnic studies, and ways that we can integrate the Learning for Justice standards in collaboration with the district departments. You can expect to hear from all of them, and you'll hear from them in the fall with their set priorities. So this concludes my report, and welcome to hear questions or comments.
Thank you. Are there any public comments for this item? No public comments. Any questions from the board? Ms. Caffrey?
So we saw a great decrease in the number of incidents this year, and I understand it's very initial. It's only we don't have many years of data. Do you feel like that is related to the actions that you have been taking?
I think we need more time to analyze the data. And like you said, we have a few years of data under our belts, but I think it's going to take more time to really do some deep analysis and also ask better questions. So as we're taking reports in, that we're able to see like what was the cause for the behavior and what was the response from the teacher or the person responding. Thank you.
Other questions? Any comments? Ms. Munoz?
Just, grateful to all in terms of the Kabaway report. Anna, thank you so much, and also to all that participate in the committee. I happened to see Kimba Lawrence yesterday at the Chalk Painting Festival and such. I'm pleased that we had a decrease in incidents, and of course 80 incidents is 80 incidents too many, right? And such, but I'm looking forward to having the group have their retreat and how we can move forward as a district to grow and learn from that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other comments? Dr. Beal?
Actually, I have a question. So I appreciate this report, and also seeing the decrease seems positive. But as Board Member Munoz, you would like to see a super low number here. I know that when this report was presented, I think same time last year, there were parents who spoke out about some continuing issues. I'm just wondering, I know that at the Kabaway meetings, have these parents still been able to speak up, and are the issues, are they being addressed? I'm just kind of here's this report, and I'm just interested in the actual community feedback that may be outside of this report.
So Gabe is part of this committee, and I'm looking at him. I think what we're doing is working alongside our departments to understand what the issues may be. The UCP process was well established by the Family and Student Services Department. Kenya's here who can speak to it, but they have kind of helped us in fine-tuning the messaging and how it's responded to, and the length of time has always been a part of that process. It's just better communication.
And just to add on that, it was just in a recent last couple meetings, we got into simple things like getting an automated response, so that that it's received and it's not just the complaint's not just out there in the ether. And then even something as simple to what Ms. Pilhofer was saying is where you place how long it takes to get a response, and who to contact on the page, so that it's very clear to folks. Even if it was listed on the webpage, where can it be the most clear? And I see Miss Edison walking up, and so we will let Miss Edison correct us if we were wrong or supplement where we missed something.
You are correct. I just want to clarify, not everything is a UCP complaint. Some things are reported through 3 Rs, and there's misunderstanding that if it's reported through 3 Rs, that it's a UCP complaint. So when parents say complaint, we have to ask the question, did you file a UCP complaint or was it reported through the 3 Rs? There is, and so this notification thing is a thing, but everything through the UCP complaint is in writing and prescribed by law. So the not hearing back, it wasn't always a UCP complaint. I just want to make that clear.
Dr. Beal.
And I think the only comment I will make is I know that there have been some anti-bias issues, which I think are also, we say this is anti-bias and anti-blackness. And so maybe the one thing that I'm hearing is more education about what the word anti-bias means. So I don't know if that's a part of the messaging that's going out, that it's just education about both sides of this initiative.
So we've been able to, through the 3 Rs modules, we're recognizing our own biases. We're also trying to spot our own privilege and where that shows up in our practice as individuals, but also within our classrooms or office walls. So I think that's an important part of this, is that there's learning, and as well as learning, there is response mechanisms that are sensitive to biases that do come up.
Dr. Becchio, could you remind me the name of the other training we do annually for staff under HSI?
HSI?
Microaggressions and bias. Yeah. So that's another annual mandated, another annual mandated training that all staff has to go through, in addition to the other things that were mentioned here tonight.
Other comments? I just want to thank Mrs. Billhofer for all of the work that you've done, Mr. Vance as well. This has been one of the most, what am I saying? Sorry, it's too late. The work that's being done at this committee, like, it's easy to be on a committee and feel like it's not being very productive. The work that's being done in this committee is like very tangible, actionable work. And I will say that the members, we all hold each other accountable. They definitely are holding the board accountable and the district office. And there's both the urgency and then there's the long-term planning. And it's something that I've really come to enjoy. And I look at these numbers and I see it down from last year, but we also got to remember this is the reported behaviors. And so there's still behavior out there that's not being reported, and we just need to keep doing the work. So thank you, Ms. Billhofer.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I also want to thank Ms. Pilhofer, Mr. Vance, our board president. We are a district on the cutting edge when it comes to this work. And I just want to acknowledge it's not work we should be proud of being on the cutting edge of, because we'd never want that to exist, but it does exist. And we have been leading in a different way because we reacted very strongly to the things that caused us to even start to do this work. And while we don't want that to exist in our district, I do want to recognize that everything has been really from the bottom up in terms of the leadership, the design, the tweaking, the starting with a racial climate assessment of our district to inform how we were going to do this work. And I also want to thank Anna for leading us in the good listening part of just your answer earlier. Well, we should even look at the questions we ask when we're looking at some of these cases, because even that needs to improve in so many other areas. But this is work that I just want to acknowledge that I'm very proud of, because it shows the values of the humanity of people in our district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Munoz.
Just to, thank you, Dr. Maldonado, and you also reminded me about my former colleague, Ms. Sims Moten, who was a leader very, in this and a partner in crime. So thank you, Ms. Sims Moten, in terms of her work and her reminding us about, where to go with it.
Mm-hmm.
and staff, and for, President Escobedo to keep that torch going.
Thank you. And so with that, we will move on to G3, State of the Union Report from Santa Barbara Teachers Association. And I believe we have Miss Tilton coming up. Miss Tilton, who is very popular. Welcome, Miss Tilton.
Awesome. Okay. Awesome sauce. All right. Good evening. I'm Kim Tilton. I work at San Marcos, and I'm an executive board member of SBTA. And before we jump into my presentation tonight, I want to step back and just talk about really the core of why I'm here. And so SBTA believes in the practice of responsive leadership. And what that means is that we need to actively listen and then make informed, data-driven decisions that are aligned with what our educators are experiencing and what they need to be successful. And we're committed to taking their feedback and creating actionable change that uplifts the teaching profession and strengthens our schools. And we know that if we empower teachers and we support them, that is going to create an environment where our students will be successful. So to be responsive, we knew we needed a thoughtful and consistent way of gathering feedback from our educators. So we created a comprehensive survey that covered a wide variety of topics from job satisfaction, working conditions, professional needs. And by giving that survey year over year, we hope to track trends, look for areas of growth, and then monitor the effectiveness of our advocacy for our group. And so that brings me to our presentation tonight, because we gave our inaugural survey and we have some feedback that we think is important to share with the board before the following year. And we hope that it will help in decision making and also be a foundation for a more collaborative and responsive partnership between the union and our district leadership in the years to come. So who wants to look at some data? Next slide, please. Is that what I say? I don't know. Okay, cool. So again, this is just...
Ms. Tilton, you have a clicker, I think.
I have it?
Yeah.
Clicker? Whoa. Okay. Again, the goal was to capture a complete picture of the day-to-day experience as our teachers, analyze that data to get insights and look for patterns over time, to target and leverage the insights that we think will improve outcomes for students and educators the most, and then monitor our progress on those goals over time. Big picture, what the takeaway for me for our survey demographics is that we got a heck of a lot of people to take this survey. Over 60%, 67% of all educators took it, not just union members. And the key I want to touch on, because it pops up later in the presentation, is that we have a growing proportion of young educators. And that is going to affect some of the recommendations that we make later. So 12 of our 18 sites have at least a quarter of their educators that have 5 years or less of experience. So we're going to want to focus in on that. So tonight there was so much data, but the things that we felt were the most impactful were to look at what were the impacts of negotiations. That was a big year. Let's look at how that went for us. What does professional development look like? And what does teacher support look like, specifically when it comes to our systems for student management and engagement? So luckily, we've been surveying people a lot. And so we actually have data from last year and this year. We asked folks just, how are you feeling about your job? That deep purple color is this year, and the light overlay of blue is last year. And I think this is a great success. People are feeling better about their jobs. And so I think we should celebrate that. And I think the takeaway here is that, if you pay people more money, they are going to be more satisfied. And so the union is going to continue to be committed to improving teachers' salary, because we know it is very effective in retaining teachers. So yay, money. We also asked teachers last year about how they felt about their salary, and of course that improved. So what I was more interested in is looking at just this year. This bar graph here, the total size of it is the amount of people who responded in that category, but then we looked at different cohorts in terms of experience, and that brought an insight. 1 in every 3 teachers with 5 or fewer years of experience reported feeling negative or strongly negative about their salary. That tells us that we have a growing amount of people who are younger teachers, and the impacts of our negotiations disproportionately didn't help them as much. And so if we care about teacher retention, which we should, because chronic turnover is bad for kids, then maybe we need to be smart about negotiations in the next year. We also asked about benefits, and we had data from last year, and of course people are feeling better about benefits. What was surprising is although there were profound improvements in salary and benefits, the increase in the positive feelings about benefits weren't as great. I believe that's a combination of probably multiple factors. Not everybody benefits from benefits. They don't all take it. And also, it doesn't matter whether you're a new teacher or an old teacher, that economic benefit is the same. And so if we're thinking about leveraging for next year, benefits is an interesting space, and we should think about that and maybe ask people more questions as compared to salary. So the takeaway would be salary, very effective. Benefits, I have more questions about that because it's a more diverse space for our membership. Also, if you ask people about their job satisfaction, you ask them about the salary, that doesn't necessarily correlate to all the aspects of how salary impacts their lives. And so last year we asked folks, do you need a second job? And we have powerful data that said that salary increase really reduced the amount of people who needed second jobs. And we know that's related to stress. We know that's related to job satisfaction. And so we got to love that. So the fainter colors were from last year and the darker ones on the right. And you're really looking at that dark red is the yes. And we are down on the yeses. And that is good. On the right, we also asked just how long have you been an educator? Now, this question was also on a survey last year. I just want to point out I have been talking about 1 to 5, but I had to make that one 1 to 8 because the old survey had that particular cohort. But we should dial in here because what we see is those early career educators are increasing. That is going to have profound impacts on professional development, feelings about salary, teacher turnover. And so we need to keep our eyeballs on that. And we need to think about that when making decisions in basically all realms of educators. And as I'm one of those mid-career folk, we're little unicorns, and so are the established. And we want to think about how can we retain those folks because we're often the ones that have the most capacity to take on leadership roles at schools. So our overall recommendation, money baby, if you can in any way find a way to increase salary, we know from the data that will improve outcomes for teachers. So the budget committee sounds like a grand plan. I support that. And you can feel good about focusing on salary because you know that will improve other metrics for teachers. But we need to continue to look at how the negotiations and how the salary improvements impact different cohorts. So the next aspect, that there was a wide set of data. So I was looking for things that I felt like, wow, the district needs to know this and they need to know it now. And professional development, that's a hard graph to look at. I want to thank Dr. Maldonado for allowing us to present. Sometimes data like this isn't nice to see, but folks are feeling very negative about how satisfied they are with professional development. And this is a really concerning problem because we know that academic research about education tells us that high quality professional development makes a really big difference in student achievement. So if we're dropping a ball on that, that means we're dropping the ball on student achievement. And so, yeah, it's 52%. So over half of our educators district-wide were feeling unsatisfied or very unsatisfied about their professional development opportunities. So I saw this pop out and I was like, whoa, I need to learn more about this. Luckily, we asked a lot of questions on this survey. And so for the landscape of a teacher, there's kind of two people who lead us. There's our site administrators, and then there's the district leadership. And so we asked questions about both of those groups because we interact with them in different ways. And so digging deeper, we asked specifically, do you think that district admin actively incorporate your feedback in their decision making? And unfortunately, 74% said rarely or very rarely is feedback incorporated in decision making. And that's problematic because we're the ones who are working with the kids. We're the ones with the critical insights about what they need and what we need. And so I was like, well, maybe teachers just never feel like they're heard. So I checked another set of data, which was about site administrators, and it's a completely different trend. And we noticed that teachers felt that their site administrators were way more likely to incorporate their feedback in the site-related professional development or site-driven. So principals will be given things that they're told from the district to do with us, and then things that they can decide. And so that's kind of why this is important. And this makes sense to me because we work more closely with our site admin. They're with our kids. They're with us. They're going to get feedback whether they like it or not. And so this is important because we know we can leverage site administration and their ability to access to us and get feedback from us to make better decisions about what professional development we're offering. And again, this is like a sad graph, but there is a silver lining. We asked folks just how do you feel about the district's overall impact on your job, again, under this umbrella of professional development. And, you know, there's some negative feelings about it, but we had data from last year and we can tell that we are moving the needle. Now, it's hard for me to say with the data I collected, whether that's because of salary negotiations or otherwise, but I did want to highlight that there was a specific cohort, the general education elementary educators. They were an exception a bit to the rule. They were more likely to feel neutral or positive about their professional development. So the question I'd have to our district is what is different in that space? Who are the leaders there? What type of development is happening? Maybe there's more feedback there. And I have some data I can use to answer that question, but you know, I think we want to highlight where we have good stuff going on and then maybe use that to answer questions about why these other spaces aren't as productive. Also, we asked a lot of open-ended questions to get a broader view of how people were feeling. Many people responded. I chose 4 because these 4 echoed a lot of the same sentiments that I saw. And what you'll notice is they're all just back to feedback, which makes sense because the data about feedback said that they don't feel that it's there in the decision making. So a divide between site and district admin. District needs to narrow their focus. Ask us what our needs are. You know, we are all unique and different educators. We have different things to say. Also, there were spaces where people did receive surveys, but they felt like they never saw the data. They never saw it connected to the next thing that happened. And I want to just share that there's an implication that if the district feedback is poor, but the site is good, then that means it is possible for teachers to feel like their feedback is included in decision making. So we can't just say, oh, teachers are just too disconnected from the district choices. If site admin can make people feel that way, why can't the district make them feel that way too? And so our overall recommendation around professional development is that we need to actively be seeking educator feedback and site admin feedback because, again, they're the most closely tied to the needs as we make decisions about our professional development work. And also, it needs to be tied to the work we're doing. You want teachers to walk out of professional development and feel like their teaching is going to be more effective and more impactful the next day. That means it needs to be in person. The modules, people are not a fan. They want it to be more related to their subject area, to their grade level. So tying it back to the work they're doing is essential. And I think we can get that feedback. I believe that we can improve this by keeping teachers and their needs at the forefront of our decision making. And the last kind of grouping of recommendations in terms of data that popped out to me that was concerning but also actionable was related to just teacher support and ideas around stress and needs. And so the graph on the left, we asked people, what are your top sources of stress? They could pick more than one. That's why these percentages don't add up to 100. And top on the list were student behavior and engagement and general workload. And they were twice as much almost as the next option. And so that was a gateway for me to ask more questions. Like, what does that mean, student behavior engagement? What does that mean, general workload? And so we also asked them, what resources do you need most? And again, they could choose more than one. And this is elementary, junior high, and high school all grouped together. And even with that, far and away, support staff was the major ask. And as an educator, I know there's a deep connection between general workload and engagement and support staff. These people are paraeducators, they're instructional support specialists, they're campus safety. They are the people who, when you work with them, can reduce your workload and improve student engagement and behavior in your class. So you're gonna feel like when they're present, those stressors are lower. And so why is that important for the future? If we're looking at budgeting, what teachers want are more support staff. And I think that's powerful. We aren't support staff, right? So if we're saying, please spend money on them, we know that isn't necessarily money on us. And so we want you to consider that when budgeting for next year. And if I were going to do that, I'd probably dig into like what support staff specifically are the highest leveraged. Then things got a little bit more interesting. I really, I want to understand, we want to understand like what does this mean, student behavior, student engagement. So we asked lots of questions. The top graph is about how do you feel, like do you feel that you have support from your site administration when dealing with behavioral issues in your classroom? And then the bottom graph is related to how you rated the effectiveness of your school site's behavior management and intervention system. And so the first thing I noticed was, wow, there's like a great variation across our 18 sites. And I think that asks a fundamental question, which is, are we okay that teachers and students are experiencing such a diversity in their intervention systems? Like, is that fundamentally okay with us? I don't know what the answer to that question is, but it's one that I asked myself. And secondly, and I highlighted like green, red there so you can kind of divvy in, there was a connection between the support that folks felt from their site admin and how effective they felt their intervention systems were. Overall, it was kind of interesting. You could feel like you were supported, but also think the intervention system didn't work. But there was a correlation between those two. So we know that an effective system does partly rely on the support that site admin give to teachers. And then we add the context of, wow, a lot of our teachers are newer teachers. And we know that some of the things that they struggle with the most, I mentor new teachers every year, is related to systems of management. But this was, what it was. I wanted to know more. Could I get more information to help me interpret this? And so I took the same idea, which was rating the effectiveness of your school's behavior management system and site morale. And there was actually even stronger correlations between those two pieces. And 3 out of our 18 sites, only 3, had half of their staff saying that their intervention system was effective. I think that's really concerning. And 3 out of 18 sites had 50% or more of their educators reporting that they had high site morale. And I thought, well, gosh, I better hope I work at one of those 3. That's concerning. And so there's this correlational trend between site morale, stress, how supported you feel, and these intervention systems. The good news is, because they're all correlated, if we can move the needle on intervention systems for kids, then we'll see impacts across many metrics. And so between the feedback And between some of this data, what we believe in the union would be the best move forward is for there to be more support for our site admin in collaborating across the district to create clear, concise intervention pathways where students and parents and teachers and administrators understand very clearly what are the expectations for students, what are the consequences or what's going to be the response when they're not met, who's accountable for those responses, and are they effective? And I think the district can help lead that by supporting our site admin in that work. And I want to highlight that we just said that that's one of our main spaces for stress. Whatever these systems are that we create, because I do believe we can create more consistent, effective intervention systems, there can't be undue burden on the classroom teacher. We need strong, experienced site administration that has a clear vision. There shouldn't be different expectations for kids, whether they go to site 1 or site 2. That means that there's going to be different outcomes for those kids, because if you're learning and being asked to engage in certain ways and conform to certain behaviors, going to be more likely to have better outcomes. We want to see that all teachers and all students have the same expectations and the same systems for kids. That will bring opportunities for less stress for everyone, and I think we're going to see that it improves student outcomes across the board. These are all added in, so they're not divided by site, but only 32% of our educators considered their behavior management systems to be effective or very effective. We have to move the needle on this for our community, for our kids, for our teachers, for our admin, because it is a main source of stress and it is impacting student learning. I'm working with the tech committee personally and some other spaces at my own site regarding just simple things like the hallway pass. And the devil is in the details. And why are we all doing this work in our separate sites? It doesn't make sense. Why do our deans of students only have 1 day a month to collaborate about how they're running their schools? And so to me, it's all adding up. And I think that what the second graph says is there is space for district leadership to help create this collaboration that needs to happen between sites, with teachers, with the district, to improve these systems and support kids in a more systematic way. Because if we aren't systematic about it, that is going to drive inequities. And I think we can all agree that's not a good thing for kiddos, and it's not good for teachers either. So our overall recommendation for action is that, each site is unique. That's what that data showed us. And site administrators, they best understand their own challenges. They have their own strengths, their own weaknesses. But we need to focus in the future about empowering our site admin to implement more effective systems. And then also when we're looking at budgeting, because engagement is related to support staff and engagement's related to behavior. Kids have been kids since the beginning of time. Some of them come from deep trauma, and that really impacts their ability to engage in school. Some have all the privileges in the world, and they show up with joy, and they're ready to learn. But that's always been true. Nothing's changed. But what can change is how we respond to those behaviors. And that's what we're asking. More directed work on that response and moving the needle in the right direction for all kids at our schools and for all teachers. If you have more than a quarter, 38% of your staff with 5 years or less experience, that means you got to go back and you have to support them on what does behavior management look like in our school? What are the expectations? How are you going to run your classroom? And support them in that work so that they can establish good routines. So maybe that could be a professional development option for new teachers. But if we don't have an agreed upon system, then they can't get an effective professional development for it, if that makes sense. And so, all in all, to bring us to the end, increase pay, yay! Work on professional development, hurrah! Support sites and our site admin, we love them. They generally listen to us. that they need help, and then, try to spend money on support staff if we can. And I just wanted to end by saying thank you again for approving this agenda item. I think it's a really important step forward in building trust with the district in a new collaborative environment. And I know that Dr. Hilda Maldonado and Gabe Escobedo had a lot to do with that. So I just want to personally thank you both for giving me a chance to represent the union, and hopefully, because the survey is going to be given year after year, like we can celebrate movement and successes and then pinpoint things that we can improve in the future, because we all want the same things. We want the best experience for our students. And what we know as teachers and educators is that if we can empower teachers and make them great, then students are going to be great. So thank you so much, and we made it.
Thank you, Ms. Tilton. Hang out, because we may have questions for you. You don't get to run away.
Okay.
But do we have any public comment for this item?
Wow, guys. Hurtful.
Okay.
Just kidding.
Any questions from the board? Dr. Beal.
Thank you for that presentation. You actually answered almost all of my questions in your responses, which is really nice, because it was a really nice analysis of the data, and the comments helped. I only have one question left, and it's just kind of a general question. I always like to see surveys that are representative of the whole population. So I don't know the answer to this question. Maybe you can answer it for me. How many teachers are in the union outside, like as compared to the general population?
730? Okay. Out of 810. It changes every once in a while, so 730 out of 810.
And I know that this was an SBTA survey. Is there any room to include those teachers, the other teachers who are not part of the union, in this survey? Were they able to participate in it?
Yeah,
okay, so it isn't just a survey of the SBTA teachers. Okay, that's good to know. I don't know that was obvious. Thank you for answering that question.
And I would say that I feel if the feedback from the survey is used, then more people will take the survey. My goal is that there's some action that comes from this, and then I can go back to membership and say, hey, I know this was the world's longest survey, but it's worth taking. So 67% still isn't everybody, and we recognize that. And so I think we together can work in a way where we're going to see an increase. And there is the Panorama survey, but I think there's a unique space when we ask our members for their feedback. They know that's coming to us. Whereas when your boss asks you for feedback, even if it's anonymous, maybe you wouldn't be as forthcoming. And so having both of those, you might ask, why do we need both? I think having them from both spaces is really important. Sorry, that wasn't a question, but I wanted to tell you that.
Thank you. Other questions?
Do you have the percentage that took it previous year? You said 57% this year. Do you have it from last year too?
So that we just ended up giving bargaining-based surveys, and where we could, we conserved questions across the surveys, but this particular kind of comprehensive survey was the first for this year.
Okay, good.
Other questions? Ms. Caffrey.
Well, I'm curious. You mentioned that site admin is better at taking feedback from teachers. Do you have specific examples from the survey of how site admin gets feedback or suggestions, or is that kind of more, are some of these things kind of further questions to delve into and ask?
I believe that because of the way we ask questions, I could sift for, site admin and then the comments about that, and I would have some answer to that question that was more specific. I don't have that. I didn't do that analysis tonight, but if it's something you're interested in, I can absolutely get it. I know for San Marcos, my principal asks me my opinion all the time, and he like listens to it. And it's really it's empowered me to be a leader at my school. We're doing this hallway pass campaign that I convinced everyone to do, but it's like going great. And that's because I felt like I could go to my site admin and they respected me as a leader, and they respected my opinion and the opinion of my colleagues. And so I believe that there's this piece there's the systematic piece where you're like giving surveys, but then there's this relationship piece where if you know the people that you work with, you can make them feel safe to come tell you how they feel and empower them. We have, he volunteers every Tuesday once a month. You can come in and do like a principal advisory committee. So I do think there's an important piece of culture. And that's why we see diversity across the sites, because each site leadership team has been able to cultivate different cultures. And that's when we have turnover in site admin. I guarantee you, if I showed you which sites were which, I don't think you would necessarily, you'd probably guess. And it has to do with how long the site admin have been around and how experienced the team is. And so there is this piece of professional development, I think, for our site admin on what does it look like to be a site admin? What does it look like to implement these systems? And what does it look like to not make your teachers do your work, which sometimes it feels that way, but get feedback from them and empower them to help you create the systems themselves.
Dr. Maldonado.
So, first of all, thank you for this very clear and easy to understand report. It was different to hear you speak to it than to see it just in paper. So I want to acknowledge that you gave it life. I'd be interested in meeting with you and the team as a follow-up, not tonight, obviously, to understand where the district steps in and where the site steps in, because I'm hearing two different things that sound like there's room for the district to create some coherence and systematic leadership work, and then there's some space for the site leaders to lead it. So it's not us directly to teachers, but us through the site administrators. But then there's other spaces where the same thing needs to go back up through the system. Mm-hmm. So that's one thing I'd like to follow up with the team about, and I don't know who I would meet with to do that. And the second is I actually would like to see some similar questions between Panorama and what you're doing, because I think it's a good comparison. I understand the fear that I hear of people saying, there's this, somehow we're getting back at people, which we don't. I just want to set the record straight on that. We don't follow up. We don't have tracking systems or anything like that. But I do think there's some room for collaboration around what happens in Panorama. I heard Anna's not here anymore, Pilhofer, but that idea of creating better questions is always something we want to strive for. So those are two things that I would like to follow up with this team about, and a couple of my team members to collaborate on as a starting point. Mm-hmm. And I just want to get your reaction on those two things, because I feel like I'm hearing there are spaces for the district leadership to be in, and there's spaces where the site leaders need to be in, and there's spaces for the district to lead site leaders in. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
So I feel like there's several things happening in layers of levels of the system that I'd like to get some agreements on who's in what base. That's even a good analogy. Probably not. It's almost 10.
Yeah. Well, for sure, I just want to acknowledge, I think for me, what comes to mind when you say that is for professional development, there are spaces where the district is coming in and saying, this is the PD we're doing. I think that's where you need to have direct contact with teachers about the feedback. That loop just needs to go straight up, because you're the decision maker, so you need the feedback. Whereas when we look at intervention systems, there's this piece that we need to conserve across the group. That's where the district comes in. How can we provide the leadership to get them all on the same page? But then there's just the supporting the site admin, and what does it look like to implement these intervention systems and making sure that we're supporting kids in the same way across these spaces. And I think that if it's conserved and supported, then we're going to get better data about, there's this kind of group of kids that are really having the hardest time. And if we're all really clear about how we're engaging kids throughout the process and what they're receiving, we can then actually tell whether the interventions they're getting are effective. And so, I agree with you. There's a lot of different layers there. But we want to collaborate. And I feel like us doing this survey allows us to get more organized and have the data that we can use to represent what's best for them when we're in these conversations with our district leadership. We had to get it sorted a bit, right, before we could, come to you guys and collaborate and be sure that we were representing our membership.
Questions, comments? Ms. Munoz?
I really appreciate your coming forward and presenting this to us. Honestly, I mean, it's a tremendous help to my understanding, and how you were able to get the survey done, right? People to do the survey, like one more thing, and then 2, your presentation skills and your power, it's like, I was like, oh my God, do you do one-on-one training and stuff? But I really appreciate you taking that huge first step. And I'm sure all the time that it took to do this. So let's keep, my comment is like, let's keep taking those steps so that we're, the trust is rebuilt.
Ms. Caffrey?
I would just say thank you. I think that this survey was super useful and has a lot of great data that we can act on. And really, as we talk about our goals as a district and things like culture and belonging, I think understanding how we understand each of our schools and I apologize. I'm getting tired. But I think it was just super specific and useful information that I think the board can use to make progress and understand where we want to be. So thank you.
Additional comments, Dr. Beal, and then Mr. Benny.
So I will reflect that comment that, look, I love data, and there is a lot of data there. And really just some of the comments about the sites and morale, I think were very, very insightful and really a lot of food for thought. There's more things to think about than you even mentioned.
Mr. Benny.
I'll add to the string of thank yous and compliment the presentation. I actually spent some time with this data before the meeting and made some comments that don't make as much sense after hearing you. But let me just say that good data and good presentation ends up making you scratch your head. Things that make you go, right? And this data did that. It has given me all kinds of questions. I'm not even going to read them now, but all those as I'm thinking about it, and it was clearly presented and very nicely done. That said, I'd like to kind of summarize what I was going to say before the presentation. First of all, as a board member, I want to express my respect for the professionalism and dedication of our educators. I reviewed the insights shared in your State of the Union report, and I'm committed to strengthening our collaboration by listening closely and advocating for meaningful improvements in relationship, collaboration, and actions that support student well-being and achievement. Our shared goal is to create the conditions educators need to thrive, because that's how students thrive. Thank you for opening this door. Thanks for making me scratch my head, and you have given us a lot to digest, and appreciate it very much.
Any additional comments? So I'll start by saying another thank you for the presentation, for the diligence, for the quality of the data. I also want to thank you, because this could have been an easy opportunity to just dunk on the district or the board, and you use it as like a really productive opportunity to identify real actionable items that we can work on, and it's very useful feedback. And I even, if I'm breaking this out and I look at the first one, right, we all laughed when we talked about compensation. increased compensation, better job satisfaction. It's true. It's like in the data. Now, I look at the benefits, right, and we didn't see the data really as strong. It was still there, but it wasn't as strong in terms of the progression from one year to the next on the benefits of the increased benefit contribution from the district. And I the first thing that came to mind as I was taking notes in preparation for today's meeting is I wonder if I was just thinking about my paycheck. Like I think when I get my cost of living adjustment, if there was an increased contribution to my health benefits, I'm probably contributing all of it to the cost of living adjustment in my mind, right? Even if in actuality I get more take-home pay because of both things. So I would love questions that kind of tease that out a little bit. I think you're absolutely right to touch on the fact that we have more young educators. We're going to see more young educators. You look at, I think it was one of the benefits of going through that fact-finding process is we got a profile of who are our employees in both CSEA and SBTA. And we have a lot of really experienced veteran educators. And over the years, we're going to see more retirements, and we're going to have younger educators that we're going to have to recruit and retain them. And there's going to be a lot of really useful strategies for that. And so I'm thinking forward into what is the landscape for like the next few years. And we know that this next budget cycle, we're going to have to do some really hard work. And the Finance Committee is a great option that we're going to talk about. There's some other things that are going to be on the table that we'll discuss at some point in the near future to try and put ourselves in the best position possible. But I absolutely do feel like in our last negotiation in terms of compensation, we did provide benefits across the board, but there was a benefit that was provided to our more veteran teachers. And I for me personally, as one board member, I do have an eye on whatever little ability there is really trying to make sure that we can retain those educators that are on the front end of their career with us, and looking at creative compensation or other supports for us to really focus on those groups who maybe still got a good benefit, but we, I think in the grand scheme of things, maybe got a little bit less. And on the PD front, absolutely, I'm interested to hear about what sort of feedback mechanisms, how can we collaborate, what does this look like, where are the appropriate areas for the district to step in, where is it more appropriate for site leadership. I do want to say, though, that, and Ms. Tilton, I think you had even mentioned this and acknowledged this, like there are trainings. It's not necessarily dictating the content of the trainings, because there are going to be things when we're trying to move forward initiatives that it will be the district or the board setting what those priorities are. I mean, we set 4 priorities just recently at study sessions. But maybe what we do is we set, here are the outcomes that we want, and we give it to site leadership, or we work with our educators to say, how can we design this so that we get the outcomes we want, and it still is very useful and productive for the educators themselves. It's not to say all of our professional development comes from the board or the district office, but there will be times where that's the case. So I would be very interested, Dr. Maldonado, I'm glad that you suggested it, and I hope that this is an area for us to collaborate. And I would love for the board to be updated on the progress for this. Yeah. And then the last point about clear, concise behavioral management, about like expectations, implementation. It's clear, obviously this is perception data, but it's clear that the perception is that it is not being implemented with coherence across the system. And I think we would even acknowledge going into this that was probably the case. So I think we took a very big step this year in really investing in site leadership and professional development, and we had them doing the roles-based leadership training, similar training or discussions that we had as a board through our study sessions. And I think we're starting to see some of the benefits of that, but it is clear that we can do more to support our site leadership, and it's really clear in this data. I will end with this. One other thing. You had mentioned deans and collaborations with other deans. I think across school sites, and we saw this with principals to start, but I think it would be nice for deans or assistant principals to really collaborate more often. I know they're collaborating now, but additional opportunities for collaboration. And Dr. Maldonado?
They're doing results-based next.
Good. That's exactly what I want to hear. And so I'll finish with this. Again, I'm appreciative of just how this was focused on being productive. Where can we collaborate? Where's the data where we need this information, right? Not all of it is rosy. There were some points where there was some progress being made, but this is the information that we need to hear. And my hope is that it can stay focused with that same frame of thinking where it's about being productive. It's not about, there are some grievances, but it's not all solely focused on grievances, that it's really focused on how can we support our educators, how can we support our students, how can we push the district forward to where we want, push our initiatives, get coherence across the system, support our site leadership. If it can stay focused on that, I would love to see this as an annual report and something that we do every single year. I think it makes a lot of sense. And I just want to commend you, Ms. Tilton, and everyone else that helped you with the data and framing this and prep for the presentation. I know why you're highly regarded as an educator, because you kept us all entertained for your entire presentation talking about data. So thank you so much. I appreciate you all. Thank you to our labor partners. And yeah, very appreciative.
Just one thing.
Yeah.
I just want to, you reminded me.
Go for it.
I want to thank my future Vice President, Kat Ross, for super helping me. There's more great things to come from them as well. So thank you all.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So I'm going to continue to do agenda management, and we want to recognize that we have Principal Barnett here. And we know you wanted to listen to all the reports, so we waited until now to get to your item. And we are going to go back to the action agenda item, and we are going to go to H4, approval of the Peabody Charter School renewal petition for a 5-year term, July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2030, with the updated Memorandum of Understanding and Facilities Use Agreement. And we have Mr. Vince. Welcome.
All right. Thank you, President Escobedo, board members, and Superintendent Maldonado. Tonight, I bring forward the recommendation for the renewal of Peabody Charter Schools' 5-year term. It's the renewal of their charter, as well as the MOU, as well as the Facilities Use Agreement. Our district staff reviewed the petition in accordance with California Ed Code as well as board policy. We took steps to specifically make sure that we followed actually the proper procedures in doing so, and worked very closely throughout the year with Damien and his leadership team at Peabody, and we're very appreciative of that all the way to the very end. So we say thank you to them. The Peabody continues to demonstrate strong academic growth, stable governance, as well as fidelity to its program. Following the public hearing on May 6, and based on the evidence and updated documents, staff does recommend the board approval of the petition as well as the memorandum of understanding, as well as the facilities use agreement. And that is what I present to you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment for this item? We have no public comment. Any questions, comments? In that case, do I have a motion?
I move to approve the Peabody Charter School renewal petition for a 5-year term, July 1st, 2025 to June 30th.
Your microphone.
With the, do I have to repeat this?
No, go ahead.
Okay, with the updated Memorandum of Understanding and Facilities Use Agreement.
Do I have a second?
I second.
I have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous, 5-0. Thank you. And we... Principal
I
Brennan.
just want to take a quick second to thank Dr. Maldonado and Steve Vins and Kim and Kenya and John. I mean, we really have met with the whole team for almost a year and just trying to make this a smooth process. And coming out of COVID, it's been a long time, so 7 years to do that. And I really actually appreciated, I think, everybody getting a chance to come to Peabody and to hear what we're doing and to hear what's important to them and what's important to us and really work those things out. And I just really appreciate everybody's time. And we look forward to not being strangers in the next 5 years. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I'm going to go to bed.
All right. So now we are actually going to stay in order once I go back to reports, unless Dr. Maldonado. No, let's do that at the end. Okay, so we're going to go back to G4, and we are just going to follow our agenda from that point forward. And that is the first reading and discussion of board policies and administrative regulations in Series 3000. And we have Ms. Hernandez. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good evening, and what a long evening it has been. So this is the first reading of our board policies, and I get to go first, so I'm sort of setting the standard for everybody else. We have I submitted to you the board policies, the red lines, and the guidance that was provided by CSBA to show you, what they recommended for the changes. Most of them had to do with new laws that had happened over the year. So now I'm just up here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. I'd be surprised, but do we have any public comment for this item? We don't. Any questions? Comments?
I do have a comment. I'll make it brief. Of all of the things that you attached, the CSBA policy guide sheet is probably the best thing for board members to review here. It's a clear explanation of why these changes happen. And I'll remind you, as I've said before regarding policies, they really serve as a centralized encyclopedic knowledge base of what laws and policies have to say. And so I think that these first reads and second reads approval, we pay CSBA to follow the laws and do all these kind of things. And I would just say that, the less time we spend on this, the better. This is just saying our resources are up to date. So when a question comes, we have the right resource to use, and those are our board policies.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions?
Next. I'll tell my fellows what they can do next.
That's not a reflection of you, Ms. Hernandez. And so...
No, HR is very different.
Hey, order.
Tacos.
G5, everyone's getting a little punchy. We have G5, first reading and discussion of board policies and administrative regulations in Series 4000. Welcome,
We're going to
Dr.
go through
Vecchia.
each of these. Good evening, Board President Escobedo, board members, Superintendent Maldonado. This item is the first reading of the 4000s. All of these are dealing with personnel board policies. I'll just add one comment that along with the CSBA and their role, our role is to really go through them with our staff and really understand what the change is. So that's also been done. And typically when I come forward, anything that I really do think I want the board to know about, I would point out. And so I don't have anything for you tonight. So.
Do we have any public comment? No public comment. Any questions or comments? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Dr. Vecchio. All right. That takes us to G6, first reading of resolution number 2024-25-32, establishing a board finance committee. And I will turn it over to Ms. Caffrey and Dr. Beal.
We do have public comment.
And we do have Craig Price here if there are any.
Public comment after.
Yeah. Or do you have a presentation or is it just discussion?
Well, do you want me to read it out or everyone has read it and so we can just have a discussion?
So we'll do our one public commenter.
Ashley Cornelius.
Welcome, Ms. Cornelius.
All
right. So thank you, board, and Dr. Maldonado, and everybody else. My name is Ashley Cornelius. I teach at Santa Barbara High School, and I'm also the bargaining chair for SBTA. And I kind of want to frame this in light of the fact that from what we experienced this evening and over the last few months, that we are stronger when we work together. And when we look at the proposed Finance Committee, we see that as another step towards a collaborative working relationship between the educators of Santa Barbara, the board, and the district admin. I know that we all have the same goal to provide an excellent learning space for our students, and yet we have spent the last few years in a very public debate about how much money we can expect to bring in and how much money is spent. A yes vote from you guys on this matter shows us that you are looking for a more transparency in the budget, which in turn allows those of us who represent our members to have productive conversations within our organization so that we can prioritize what will be the most effective use of funds for retaining staff and for providing for our students. A yes vote from you indicates that you want to approach the budget and our conversations in a new way, a way that shows our students and our community that we value our students and their education, and we are seeking to work together to prioritize their needs in the budget. Now, as a teacher, I often backwards map to plan out a unit and figure out what I want my students to know, and then I work backwards to figure out how to get them to that spot. And I'd like to do the same thing with our budget. I believe that nobody in this room wants to go through the same experience over the last few months with the unnecessary rifts. And in order, if we want to know approximately how to adequately staff our schools so that our students can have an amazing education without bankrupting our district, if we want to know that before March, then we need to know approximately how much money the district expects to receive and spend by February so that the board has at least 2 meetings to discuss difficult decisions, which means that by January, the board members should have a solid understanding of the budget and how the budget can and should reflect your goals. If you approve this Finance Committee today, that gives you 6 months to gather a team, learn about the foundations of a school budget, evaluate past and current spending, and create goals for future budgets. You would have somewhere between 6 and 12 meetings, which to me seems like a reasonable ask and a solid way to show that you are seeking to bring more transparency to the process, looking to improve the retention of our teachers, and to determine how to use our budget effectively to serve our students. So thank you for considering it.
Thank you. So, yeah. And just as a clarification, this is the first read, and then we will vote at it on the next meeting. I will turn it back to, I'm going to turn it to Dr. Beal and Ms. Caffrey first, and then let them kind of frame the discussion, and then we can jump in.
Sorry, I just didn't hear the last part. You said we'll vote when or later, right?
June 10th is when this
Okay.
will return, if we can agree on the structure. Ms. Caffrey.
Thank you. I think just how I would like to, or a quick comment I'd like to make before the discussion is that we really listened to the conversation that we had on the previous draft. I think this draft is much stronger, and we worked on it with Superintendent Maldonado and Mr. Venz and Mr. Price. So we heard you that first we really need to understand our current budget. Thank you, Trustee Banning, for that perspective. We heard you, Mr. Escobedo, that we need to winnow down the number of people who are on this committee, and also we were much more specific about who would participate. So I really think that our first conversation was super helpful in coming to a much clearer committee description. So I just want to thank you for, I think it because this is, that basically our collective brainstorming on this really made a big difference. And I think this is a much stronger draft. So bring it to you for more comments, and hopefully we can, my greatest goal is that we could bring it to our next meeting with additional comments if you have them for approval.
Dr. Beal?
I just want to add what Board Member Caffrey said is really quite complete. And just to emphasize that this is an advisory committee to the board. So it will involve a lot of, it'll involve our CFO, it will involve community members, teachers, staff, everybody, to bring more clarity when we make decisions as a board members. It informs us so that we can make the best decision. So it's not a entity that stands separately. It actually provides reports to the board, which will be part of the public agenda, and this helps us all make better decisions.
Ms. Caffrey?
And I also wanted to mention that this committee will operate under Brown Act laws, or the Brown Act law, which we hope really also contributes to transparency, that it's open to the public. People can make public comment, and also people are not, a majority of this group is not discussing outside of these meetings. So basically we tried to think of how do we structure this committee in a way where we get diverse representatives who are on it, and also that we really invite the committee to come along with us in this work.
All right. So I will turn it back to the board. Are there any comments or questions?
I do want to say thank you for the work that's gone on behind the scenes since the first discussion in clarifying this and tightening it up, and I look forward to seeing this moving forward.
Dr. Beal?
I'll add a question because it actually came from our discussion after we came up with this document. I don't know, are we going to talk about how members are placed on this committee? Oh, okay, there we go.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Price, can you just come up and talk to us about some of the next steps we need to make decisions on or ask for the board to give guidance on in terms of the selection of committee members, the length of term, and so on? I'm looking at your email, so I just have you.
Well, I'm not looking at it. So
Do you want me to read it to you?
Feel free to go ahead.
Go ahead.
I think the idea, as I understood it in the meeting that you've referenced, was to look at the functioning of the committee in a broad sense and to set the overall process, but understanding that after tonight, assuming you approve it when it comes back next month, that there are then any number of operative details that you need to weigh in on. So first of all, how are the committee members going to be selected? And I think, although I'll let the board members speak for themselves, in weighing and balancing how it could possibly happen, the idea was, because the recommendation is to select people from the community who have a finance background, that individual board members would be given an opportunity to think about who would be ideal participants, and when the board meets, to nominate individuals and decide that way, as opposed to having there be a open application process. Everybody that wants to be on this can submit an application, and then you have to winnow it down, and obviously that's a more cumbersome and difficult and at times political process than if, at least for this first go-around, there are nominations. So that was one thing I know that you wanted us to talk about in a general way. When it does come back, because it's a board committee, it's really going to be the province of the board to set the ground rules. Ground rules would be, do you want to put a timeline on this committee and to say we're going to do it, for example, for 2 years, and then we'll evaluate where we are, or whatever. How long do you want each public member to serve? Do you want to have a 2-year term? How do you want that? And if they're going to be allowed to continue to serve, then who's going to make that decision? Should it be up to the committee? Everything that you can think of that are generally included in bylaws, except in this case, you will have an opportunity in finalizing the detail of the committee to, in effect, establish those bylaws yourself, because that committee is functioning to advise the board and for the benefit of the board as well as the district as a whole.
Any questions for Mr. Price? Thank you, Mr. Price. Appreciate you. Maybe I can kick off the discussion. So here we have a suggestion for membership, and it's the Assistant Superintendent of Fiscal Services, 2 members of the board, 1 student representative, 1 SBTA representative, 1 CSEA representative, and then 3 community members with finance background. I kind of wonder if, for me, it would be useful, because 3 members with that finance, the community members, it's a lot of people in a 9-member, it's a third of the group. I almost, in my preference would be 1 community member with a finance background, and then maybe a secondary principal and a primary principal. And so that you get some site leadership on this committee that can provide some feedback. So you get a little bit from each stakeholder group. There's still that community representative, but you really get a comprehensive membership of school site folks. Ms. Caffrey.
So I think that it would be helpful to have 3 finance members 3 members with finance backgrounds on the committee, because I think we, 3 people, if you look at finance advisory committees for other boards, typically you have multiple people with finance backgrounds who are on the board because they may each have a different perspective, and they kind of each bring their own knowledge, and hopefully one of them might have an education finance background versus one of them has more operational finance, So I think that's really the reasoning behind having the 3 finance community members. And I think the idea of this committee is that we are, we have so many dedicated community members out there who are willing to help, and in developing this committee, I've already gotten several people who said that they would apply if we want to do an open application process, or we can do a nomination process. But to me, it seems like if this is a finance committee that is about really maximizing our budget, that having more financial horsepower would be beneficial to the board.
I appreciate that. I'm going to be reluctant to support anything that doesn't have site leadership, because that's the only group that I'm seeing that isn't represented here. So I almost would suggest maybe 2 community members with a finance background and 1 principal from or other site leadership. I don't think that it would be right to have something like this and not have their perspective, because we've learned quite a bit about even master schedules. We talked about, Dr. Bill and I had a meeting with a couple of principals on the specials, and that day-to-day management is really important when we're talking about where our dollars are going to go. Dr. Beal?
I actually think that is an oversight on our part. I absolutely would want to have site leadership on here.
What are your thoughts about instead of 3 community members with finance, 2, and then that's on par with the largest group that we have here, which are the 2 school board members, and then 1 person that represents site leadership?
Originally, when we started developing this plan, there was actually a differentiation between the finance backgrounds. There was going to be 1 person with school finance background, complex issues involved in school finance, and then there are going to be 2 people with a general finance background. So I don't know if we want to do that differentiation And honestly, I don't do that much finance, but I would probably say that that 2 would be good. 3, I don't know if it would start to have too many cooks in the kitchen.
I guess I would say I definitely hear you on the site leadership, and I think that is an important perspective. I wonder if we took off the student representative and maintained the 3 community members with finance backgrounds. I just feel like, if we are looking at our process, our budgeting process, and this is kind of a big initial year where we're looking at how we're currently doing things, that it would be helpful in the initial year to have the most financial expertise that we can access.
Dr. Maldonado.
You're not committed to the 9 members. You can make it a 10-member. Well, I'm just saying, just a suggestion.
Kabaway is 11 members.
It is, but it's not it's not doing what this committee is doing in terms of this is going to have a far more budgeting, and our budget itself is a compliance tool. What Kabaway is doing is giving feedback on curriculum and reporting processes and things that we have far more control over what that looks like than our budgets, which are designed by statute. And it has the work that we're doing on Kabaway does have real repercussions, but not of the legal nature most of the time. So I do struggle with increasing. 9 is already a lot of people in terms of managing schedules and even managing a meeting. And if you're talking about how long are those meetings going to be, you probably don't want them being terribly long and turning into more board meetings, essentially. I was even reluctant to support 9 members. Increasing the number just to me doesn't sound right. Yeah, Mr. Banning and then Ms. Munoz.
No. I don't have wisdom past 10:30. I don't know. I'm just thinking in terms of number. I would agree that you get too big and there's a problem. But how many people are on this board? 5? Oh, are there? There's a student. So is a 9-member with a student member a 10-member board, or is it a 9-member board with a student member? An advisory voting student member? I don't know.
Boom.
So I'm also going to say that I don't know how realistic it would be to. I don't know what finding community members with school finance background is. School finance can't find school finance members. So, I mean, try and run a search for a CBO. The issue here for me is that we'll have a CBO who has the background in school finance. And so I'd be very supportive in two community finance members and replacing the student member and one of those with a secondary and non-secondary principal. Just a thought. Well, whatever the original idea was, or yeah. whatever, two site leaders.
Ms. Munoz?
Well, just question, and I'm sorry, I'm just extremely tired. So you're saying like the replacing the student rep? I mean, not replacing, so having 2 principals and then not having the student rep, right?
Right, but and then limiting the
Okay, I want to go ahead, and then I have some thoughts about the community members.
Just to clarify, we were talking about having a student advisory, right? So the student can be optionally there and listen to the discussion if they want. Yeah, I would like to.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Do we count it? We sit for 5 both. So we say we're a 5-member board, and we have a student on the board. Is it a 9-member committee with a student advisory? That's what I was saying.
Ms. Gaffrey.
I think that is a beautiful solution, and it makes a lot of sense. So that basically the student has a similar role as on the board. I think that is a stroke of genius.
You just have to find somebody from the CPA Academy. Do we have that?
And then in terms of whether or not we can find people with a school finance background, I think.
Excuse me.
Oh.
I'd like to say my comment just because not for any reason other than like I think it ties into my concern about like who we have on the board, on the advisory committee. Sorry.
Go on.
Okay. My concern about having, also, as Mr. Banning said, is that we will have the Assistant Sup of Fiscal Services on the committee. One, and I see it as, just off the bat, I saw it as like an equity issue. I honestly, I'm racking my brains about trying to think of community members with a finance background that are persons of color or, they're Black, Latino, Bob, gosh, I'm just too tired to name, I'm sorry, American Indian, et cetera, or mixed race. In terms of representation, I also know that I also feel like I've had a lot of input from parents who want to have a voice and a role in terms of the school budget and such. And so I think that, that as parents, as community members, as constituents of our school district, that I would want to give priority to that versus the finance background and such, only because I feel like we've had board study sessions in the past on budget, and of course, we had Ms. Alvarez on our board, who was a finance expert in schools and so forth. I mean, and we had, benefit of like Ms. Hernandez and Ms. Alvarez, and I know I learned a lot from them. And I'm not a finance person, believe me, I am not. However, the perspective of someone that has, children in the district, and for example, like some of our folks that were here tonight, oh my goodness, Mirna, and, and such. I mean, thinking of the committee that you serve on, remind me, the special, pardon? SEAC, the SEAC committee, the parents there and such, and having some of our constituents be on it. I mean, I don't want to name people that are on Cabway and so forth, but just in terms of having some balance there, because I'm seeing it that, we'll have 2 members of the board, we'll have a student rep, which I think is an excellent example of having them as a advisory capacity. I also see like someone as a senior who has an interest in finance, right, and has interest in a type of macro role at the schools, and whatnot, in terms of their wisdom and being able to contribute. And they're our future. So anyhow, so that's why I wanted to just jump in terms of folks with that could serve us. We can have someone from the LGBT, community on here, on the finance committee, and I see all of that. I see all the possibilities, and I wouldn't want to limit it.
Dr. Beal.
I'm going to counter that with a discussion of what we expect to happen at these meetings. So this is a Brown Act committee. These are public meetings, so people can make public comment. And really, the proceedings, as I understand it, is we are going to go through the budget try to bring more transparency to a budget that often consists of numbers, and to try to maybe categorize our spending in a way that people can understand. So there's a very kind of granular approach to finance that this committee is going to take. And it will take skills. Like for example, I don't want to be on this committee. I don't think I have the skills to look at the finance this way. And so it's not that it's closed to opinion or it's closed to the public. It's not about, this committee is not designed to talk about what should be the priority. We've set the priorities. We just want the committee to always be looking at our finances and saying, is this going to our priorities? Is this improving student outcomes? And so I do feel that the voices that you mentioned are important. These are public meetings. They're not going to be closed behind the doors proceedings. So I would like to think that people would attend these meetings and listen to the proceedings. But I feel that if we start including all of these voices, that people are going to disagree and that it might not accomplish anything, right? It really shouldn't be the court of public opinion. It should be really based upon what we've set as goals for this committee. And so that would be my reservation about having a lot of groups participate, but they are certainly welcome and welcome to listen.
Ms.
My
Caffrey.
response, my response to that would be not that I want it to be, not that I'm advocating for 15 people on the committee. What I'm saying is that in terms of having a seat at the table, right? So that I have, there are parents that have their students have either attend the school, our schools will attend the schools or have attended the schools, and I feel like they have a right to a seat at the table in terms of decisions about the finances. And if they don't have a financial background, they will have someone there with a financial background, certainly with our new Ms. Hernandez, unless you'd like to hang out another year, I'd love that, of course, and such, but they'll have, pardon?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, a community member, oh, right. Let me call Carlos right now. Let's see, speed dial. So, for example, I'm just thinking, let's say we had, just as an example, and I'm just trying to make this, make, for example, if we had a legal committee and we have, Mr. Price there, right? Maybe the 4 of us or 5 of us don't have a legal background, but that's why we have Mr. Price there and such. And that's why, for example, the finances and so forth. I mean, I'm looking at Ms. Hernandez. I'm looking at, if we had an IT committee and so forth. So I'm just saying that folks that I feel, would have a role in our, would have a role on our finance committee, not being part of the audience as part of an equity,
Thank you, Ms. Munoz. Ms. Caffrey.
So the reason I think that we need finance professionals on the finance committee is because with a budget of our complexity, it's very typical. Lots of school districts like San Ramon, basically Palo Alto, Berkeley, San Diego, Santa Monica, many of them have budget advisory committees. And the idea is similar, just like as you would go to the doctor and you would go to a cardiologist for a heart problem, but he might not have all the answers. Basically, often you go to a team of doctors and they look at different perspectives on your body and then give you an expert opinion. And so what we really, I think, want as a board from this finance committee is advice and real clarity into so we can make decisions. And I think the more people who have a finance background on the committee, the more helpful it is to the board. So that's why I'm really hoping for 3 members, and it is not at all a reflection of our assistant superintendent fiscal services. It's just, this is becoming increasingly typical in school districts as they seek to plan long term. And as President Escobedo said, we probably have to cut $4 million next year. And I think this is just basically like bringing in reinforcements and help. Like with a budget of our size and complexity, it really makes sense to have additional minds on this. So that's why I think having some finance experts, and for example, like when we say we're not sure about having school finance experts within this community, I've heard we have a number of educational institutions in our community, including UCSB, which has a finance advisory committee. So, people like that have may be willing to help us. And I just in creating the language of this committee and starting to talk to many community members, there is a font of information and dedicated people out there. And I mean, I think we're really more joining the most forward-looking districts in creating this advisory committee because, yes, our budget is a compliance document, but I think increasingly districts are using it as a strategic document. And so that's why I really would appreciate having 3 community members with a finance background who are on this committee.
Mr. Price.
Can I?
Let's hear from Mr.
Okay,
Price first.
In thinking about the issues that you're discussing and back there out of the fray, it seems to me that there's a real potential for you to accomplish both. That is what Ms. Munoz wants, as well as the other board members. So we talked briefly about the fact that there are a number of operative details that remain for the board to work out and determine. The exact constituency of the 3 members or 2 members, whichever you are, you can come back and you can decide that next time, because I suspect, given who you are, that each of you will be able to come back and have people that are knowledgeable in the community in finance, which includes people of color. Because, I mean, if you look around at the various banks and the various businesses over the last several years, there's been major recruitment of people who are knowledgeable, and I suspect that you may all find reasonable satisfaction in wanting to have there be equity too, because that's what all of you want, the same thing really that Ms. Munoz is talking about. So I think it's possible to have it all if you adopt the structure of the community now and then come back to that after you've had a chance to give it some independent thought. It's an idea.
Thank you, Mr. Price.
Thank you so much, Mr. Price. I appreciate, you listening, hearing my voice, and not my voice, but the voice of, that I feel like I represent. I did look up, we've talked to you before about Palo Alto and how I feel like that's not a comparable community to Santa Barbara. I did look up San Ramon, California, with just a real brief description per Google. They're, 49%, 0.4 Asian, white, 34.2%, Hispanic or Latino, 7.8%, Black or African American, 2.92%, medium household income, $873,000, medium home value, $292,000, and such. And so, if we're talking like Santa Maria, Ventura, school district, Oxnard, and such, we'd be talking a little bit more comparable, at least in my view. And I also, Yeah, so anyhow, so I'm sure we can all also continue this discussion and such.
Okay. So I'm just going to throw out a suggestion. So I think I would be supportive of 9-member board, the assistant superintendent of fiscal services, 2 board members, instead of the student representative, and subtract one of the community members to Mr. Banning's suggestion to have 2 site leaders. Then you have a representative from SBTA, a representative from CSEA, and then 2 community members with a finance background. And I will make one point, and sometimes when you get too prescriptive about the community member spots, it gets really hard to recruit, and you can get vacancies. I'm guessing that I'm hearing from the bond. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to make us stay longer, but I would like to offer that sometimes it's very difficult when you're that prescriptive to actually find all the people that you need to find, and we've had a hard time with that on the bond committee from the beginning. I don't know that you want my suggestion. I don't have any dog in the fight. But what I might offer is that maybe you have the 2 community members with the kind of like the hope or the, preferred that it's going to be somebody with a fiscal background or, and that's what you're looking for. But if you can't find it, like somebody that's close to that, just to kind of keep your options a little bit more open.
I appreciate that, because the city of Santa Barbara is actually going through this. They have a ton of committees, and they were well-intentioned, very prescriptive, and now half of them sit vacant. So maybe that gives us the flexibility where we say 2 community members with a preferred experience in finance background. Yes. So am I hearing an agreement in terms of what I described about membership?
Yes.
What did we decide about the representation from the school sites?
2 site leaders, hopefully secondary and primary, and
that a little open-ended, like that's preferably.
Yeah. And K8, 9, 12. Yeah, that's good. Other than that, so we got that portion done due to our collective wisdom. Did anyone have any edits for any of the other portions about kind of the charge, the initial goals for this committee? I personally am in support.
There is a question about, do we have a term length for the members and a term length for the committee?
What we can do, if the board agrees, is we can sit down and write something up, like we did here, bring that back to the board for the second reading to react to. In the meantime, you could send me any ideas you might have so that when we meet, we can kind of collect your thinking. Does that work?
That works. I think I'll make one comment and I'll turn it over to you, Ms. Caffrey, is obviously setting it up so that not all the terms end at the same time, so that they're kind of rolling. Yeah. Ms. Caffrey.
Oh, just procedural question. So does that mean we have a second reading and then we approve it in the final in a third board meeting, or would we approve that?
Can we approve it at the next board meeting with?
You can have a second read and approve in the same meeting.
Yep. Thank you. That was a thumbs up from Mr. Price for all those watching online. Ms. Munoz.
Comment that I have, another comment that I have on another topic in terms of the committee is that I know we've discussed as a board, I believe, oh my goodness, I'm trying to remember when, and I don't remember. It's almost 11. But just in terms of the framework, I guess you'd call it, like, I know you've mentioned let's see, help me out, the student finance,
There's tech committee, outcomes committee, and technically strategic plan.
God, what did you say earlier, the group, the one with the website?
Government Finance Officers Association, and they have the Alliance for Smarter School spending.
Okay.
But we're not naming that here because basically I think we're giving much more leeway to the committee to look at our current process and then, yeah.
Okay, that's what I would like, is not to, be tied to a certain framework.
And I'm going to add one more thing because you brought up other committees. I'm hoping that this is replacing the audit committee so that we don't have a duplication of efforts. Okay. And so that they're reviewing the audits as well in addition to these duties. Okay. Just, yeah. Yeah. So that we don't keep creating like duplicative processes and groups. And this sounds like the perfect group to do that. Okay. So I'm not hearing any additional feedback. Dr. Maldonado, do you have everything you need?
Did we decide if
So-
this is going to be a standing committee or long-term, long-term, short-term? I think we
Long
maybe.
term, I imagine.
Yeah.
So I have odd, even terms, long-term committee. Selection process for the committee members will be something you'll need to think about. And then the frequency of meetings, and the most important part is the rules or the bylaws. That will also need to be decided by the board because it's a board committee under Brown Act.
Okay. I don't know that we're going to do that all tonight. Yeah.
That's at the next meeting. Can we put
Yeah.
it kind of, would it be possible to put it earlier just because I feel like I've run out of.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it depends on if we
Yeah.
have parents here, if we have other
Yes.
items. So,
Yeah.
yes, I will try.
I think, board member, just to be clear, we want to approve it, but we might have to approve it with bringing back bylaws at another meeting, which can delay the start. So I just want to be clear, because I know we want to hurry up and get started, but I also want us to get all those points right. So I'll just keep track of that.
We can start with recruitment while we do bylaws. Ms. Caffrey.
And I also wonder if, even if we have to push it back because we're finalizing things like bylaws, if in the first initial months we could have 2 meetings in a month instead of 1 or something. You know what I mean? Just to have the number of meetings.
Based
before.
on availability.
Yeah.
And that's why
Yeah.
larger groups, it's hard.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to move us along because we are at 11 p.m. and I am getting a little grouchy. We are moving on to H2. Yeah, Mr. May. H2, approval of M class as the Santa Barbara Unified K2 universal screener.
Now, this is a tough one. I know everybody's tired, and I will do my best to keep everyone informed. Yes. We have information here on behalf of the Universal Screener Committee. I did bring information to you. We received guidance from the state of California that we needed to adopt a new a screening tool that would allow us to screen for reading difficulties for our students in K2. We have key points, but the ones that I just want to point out to you all is about providing the purpose of the screener is to identify early reading risk and guide evidence-based instruction and interventions, and that's the purpose. We do have exemptions. We will provide family information for our parents so that they are informed immediately before students are tested and after students are tested with their results. We will have follow-ups and interventions to provide those supports needed after we have the data in front of us by the teachers and the sites and the district. We did have a process in place. This is not something that just came about. We started this process in 23-24. This entire year, we focused on really leading the committee in some work that we were able to dig deeper into the process so that we can select the best screener. But the state did provide us with some guidance that made it the process a little bit easier than just doing it alone. I want to recognize that we had 2 committees, the executive committee that included district members and the advisory committee that was composed of mainly teachers and site staff members with psychologists, teachers, mainly teachers who are in the K2 space. And so that really guided our process, and the work that was done was mainly through the advisory committee, and we provided guidance to the executive committee. The state released 4 screeners that the entire state of California could only select from. So that made our process a little bit easier. But right off the bat, if you look at these 4 screeners, Roar, the one at the very bottom, only provided a screening in English only. So we knew immediately this was not the best for us. And also, in terms of the grade levels, it didn't provide a screening tool for kinder. So we knew Roar was going to be not the best one for our district as we moved along. The state released an adoption toolkit in which we used to follow. This was not released right away. It took a while, but we did utilize this to go through our process. We had a screening, our 5 meetings total. For our first meeting, we were able to develop some coherence and really align to our vision for the district and our literacy vision. And what you see here is a big poster of what the teachers created in terms of, so let's make sense of what we have to do in the guidance that was provided by the state. And we created a process map of, okay, we need to screen. We screen all students. Then what do we do? And what's the next step? So that was just the first step in the direction in which we needed to go in order to understand the purpose of the universal screener. Meeting number 2, we established connections into our vision. We developed a clear understanding, and we collaborated to make an initial recommendation. And this is how we sorted things out, and all the committee members voted on deciding what is the best screener now for, and we see that Roar is number 4 at the bottom. R stands for Roar, which is the screener that I mentioned that it was only in Spanish and only for first and second graders. So our key result is committee narrowed the screeners to M-Class, Amira, and Multitude. So those were the 3 after the second meeting. Then we had our third meeting. We were able to have overviews of the screeners, and we had the 3 screeners presented to the team members, and we were able to evaluate each of the screeners. We used a screening instrument review chart that was provided by the state in terms of these different categories you see here, and we were able to rate in terms of strongly agree or strongly meets the needs of our district, adequately meets, or limited. And so through that process, we were able to rank M-Class, Amira, and Multitudes during that meeting in number 3. In terms of meeting number 4, that's when we were able to pilot at 6 school sites, including grades K1 and 2, and we also piloted at McKinley DLI because some the other screeners were also in Spanish. We used the pilot tracker and common evaluation tools in which we kept track of feedback provided by the teachers who were implementing this at their sites, and they shared some of the challenges and some of the successes. And the end result for meeting number 4 was the committee piloted M-Class and Amira, and we just shared our overall understanding of these 2 screeners that would help us narrow down the best screener for the district. Meeting number 5 was the final one. And in meeting number 5, the committee reflected on the pilot experiences, and we also, the committee reviewed the pilot data evaluation evidence that we collected over the course of these meetings. And if you look at the right chart, we have 10 committee members, and these committee members rated the top 2 screeners. We did not have a perfect, all 10 agree that we should do M-Class or that we should adopt Amira. So when that happens, I had a process in place in which, what do we do so that we can ensure that we have the 3 members who do not agree with the M-Class or who may have felt strongly about Amira, what do we do so that we can all agree that we can support what the rest of the team decided? And so the committee identified expectations as well and concerns and needs for next steps to support a strong rollout. We began to look at implementation plan, and they were the first group who provided that implementation plan feedback, and then that continued on with other groups. So key result for meeting number 5 was committee recommended M-Class as the universal screener for Santa Barbara Unified K2 students. Just real quick, M-Class allows us to assess the skill, identify the risk, provide instruction, progress monitor, and also adjust instruction. And so that is a cycle that allows us to, that M-Class allows us to do, and it's a great tool that has all those different pieces that we're missing right now. M-Class not only provides that, those different resources, it allows us to provide easy reports, classroom level reports, as well as site level and district level reports that we're able to analyze with ease. That is at a click of a button and very easy to understand and to communicate between teachers, staff members, administrators, but also more importantly with our families. Sometimes we talk about, so what does this assessment do? Well, what does it test? And just to give you a quick overview here, the skills are on the left of that chart, letter naming, phonemic awareness. And we wonder, well, what does letter naming look like, right? Because most people don't know what that assessment would look like. So on the right-hand side, you will see what the teacher sees, the grade 1 examples right in the middle. And on the right is what the student would see on their assessment. And same for the next one, letters, sounds, and decoding. The teacher-facing document right in the middle, that's what the teacher would see. And the last column would be what the student would see on their assessment. And this is the same example, but this is for M-Class Lectura. And M-Class Lectura does the same thing as M-Class, but in Spanish with other different types of areas of assessment that are slightly different than the English only. And this is, again, another example of what that assessment would look like. Training will be provided at all levels, from teachers to administrators and everyone in between, to provide the support needed. We will start with a 3-hour launch at the very beginning of the school year, which is the first day that teachers report back to school. Then we'll do a follow-up for after the screening is completed so that teachers know how to read the results and be able to communicate those results, and also know what to do with it and how to form groups, small groups, interventions, and other systems. And there's other trainings. The one that I want to point out here is a full-day coaching day to support schools or district needs. That allows us to work with M-Class representatives so that we can either do observations, some modeling, or real-time coaching that might be needed. We don't know what that would look like because it will be depending on what the needs are for either a school site or the district level. These are just some samples of reports. So if a teacher's wondering, which skills have my students mastered? There's a report for that. Which of my students need extensive support? There's a report for that. Which skills have students with similar assessment results already mastered? And there's also a report. And then which activities can I use with this group of students? There's resources for teachers to be able to then form their groups and provide intervention for their students. And the last two reports, which are the most important reports, in my opinion, is the Home Connect skills and activities, because this allows us to identify what skills should my child be developing, and it allows the teacher to be able to communicate with a parent about what the needs of their child are and how they can help at home. And these are both in English and Spanish. And how can I help my child practice reading skills at home is also provided in English and Spanish. So these are just samples of the reports that can be used for all staff members. And lastly, on behalf of the Universal Screener Committee that you see a picture of, we recommend the approval of the adoption of M-Class as the district's K-2 screener for the 25-26 school year and beyond.
Thank you, Ms. Alvarado.
Thank you.
Any public comment? No public comment for this item. Any questions from the board? Dr. Beal.
Thank you, Denise, for this presentation. I don't actually have questions specifically about M-Class because I did go to your community meeting to hear about all the different screeners. I really have more questions about the process, and I know that I asked questions, they were answered, but I didn't have time to read them. If I remember correctly, I'm just more interested in the process. So if I understood correctly from what I was able to read, this is going to be administered 3 times during the year. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it is technically a 1-minute test?
It's the first time that we administer, it's going to take longer because it's the first time teachers are administering, so it will take. Most of these assessments are between 5 to 10 minutes long.
Oh, okay,
student.
so not 1 minute. 1 minute sounded kind of on the shorter side. Okay, and so 3 times, that's quite frequently. Okay, so I would hope that it fits in with all of the other testing that we're doing. There is just in the whole screener rubric that I think was either included with this or not, I was a little curious about the exceptions. And so there were a lot of exceptions, and one of them was students with IEPs and 504 plans. So I'm just sort of curious about the issue of the exceptions, because I think some of these students are going to have reading difficulties, and I would not want them to be an exception in that, not to be identified, kind of leading to more issues with their learning. So can you maybe shed light on the exceptions?
Absolutely. The state of California has provided us with guidance to all the districts who are adopting. So right now, all districts by the end of this school year have to adopt a screener, and this guidance is the same. So the state has provided that information that any student who's on a 504 or on an IEP can be exempted from this assessment to avoid redundancy. And if we already know they have a learning disability, then why are we assessing them when they already have a plan that already supports their needs?
So just for more clarity, the 504 students who maybe haven't had as much assessment in some areas as students with an IEP, because I think there is maybe, I don't know, like what if, so 504 is a little bit different. So would they be identified in whatever screening to get to their 504? Would they have been already assessed for a reading difficulty, like if they're dyslexic?
Not necessarily, and that would be a decision for the team, right? And the education code doesn't say that students on an IEP and a 504 must be excluded or must be exempt. It's may be exempt. And so it will be at the discretion of the school site team, MTSS team, or the team that's supporting the student on a 504 that would make that decision.
Okay, so it sounds like if they've already had screening in one way or another, that's an exemption. And then obviously if there are some issues with compliance with the test, being able to take the test. Okay, that was good to hear. Thank you for that answer.
Thank you. Ms. Caffrey.
So it looks like M-Class uses DIBELS to do the assessment. So is it different than the DIBELS assessment that we've been using previously, or is it?
No, it's the same as just one is paper-based, is the one we currently use this school year for all the other grade levels for this year. But DIBELS for M-Class is electronic, and there's a database and a platform that we would use.
So basically my question is, does this gives the report that shows that a child may be dyslexic. So if we're giving it for K through 2, but we're using DIBELS beyond that, but not M-Class, we're using a different version of, or?
So M-Class is DIBELS. M-Class is just the part of the Amplify company, and that's the name of the universal screener, M-Class. But the actual assessment is DIBELS, which is exactly what we use, but just a paper pencil-based version of it.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Because basically what I'm wondering is, can we still identify kids who may be dyslexic who are older than second grade because we're giving them DIBELS tests? Will we be able to see, because this is new to our district, we haven't been screening kids who are older? Yeah.
So we will be using BPSTs and DIBELS, as part of our district for our K6. M-Class is specifically for K2 because that's a requirement. So the platform, the assessment M-Class will be just used for K2, and we will be using that platform because we do have to pay per student that we're assessing.
So how could we identify if a sixth grader had dyslexia using just DIBELS?
We would use the same, yes.
Just to back up a little bit, the point of a screener in this instance is to get to an earlier identification. We already have systems to identify kids who have learning disabilities or dyslexia in the middle of elementary school. In fact, most of the kids that we identify with a specific learning disability, dyslexia, it happens in 3rd and 4th grade already, using our psychologists and the evaluations they give. This is all about getting upstream from that and finding out earlier when kids have signs that they may have dyslexia and need some intervention, so we can give them the right kind of help and they never need an IEP in the first place. Does that help?
Yes, thank you. That's very clear. So, and is this new for our district that we have not been screening K through 2?
It's new as a requirement in California, so yes, this will be new to us, and it's new that we have 4 to choose from that are approved by the state, and so all the things that you heard are kind of mandates. That's all new. It doesn't mean that we have no other way that we're collecting data on kids that are struggling, but the kind of uniformity that you'll see in California is what's new.
All right. Any other questions? If not, do I have a motion?
I move to approve the M class as the SBUSD K2 universal screener.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
We have a first and a second. All in favor? Aye. It's unanimous. Thank you, Ms. Alvarado. With that, that'll take us to H3, approval of resolution number 2024-25-30 for the emergency roof and structural repairs Phase 1 project at Peabody Charter School pursuant to Public Contract Code 22050. Welcome.
Good evening, board members, President Escobedo, Dr. Maldonado, Cabinet. This item today is very important. It's an emergency resolution 24-25-30 to approve the bypassing of the normal bidding contractual procedures, and to hire Pueblo Construction in order to repair the Peabody roof. Peabody roof is in an emergency condition, which was brought to our attention in February of this year. Our maintenance team did an amazing job securing that roof, and I will show it to you in the presentation. So the location, as I said, is Peabody Charter School. There was a structural damage to the roof based on aging infrastructure. There was some termite damage, and I will show you some pictures. The roof was actually visibly sagging. So we had to shore it up in order not to close that part of the building. And, you know, in order to pass this resolution, we will require 4/5 of the vote for the board. That's by the California CAPCA, by California Public Accounting regulation, which is voted in this resolution. So if you look at the roof, you can see that it's sagging right at the end of the cafeteria building. Our structural engineer that came out was TNS Structural Engineer. You can see that, you know, that there was some damage that could be pretty much diagnosed as termite damage. Some of the pictures below, you will see our maintenance team, myself, Damien, our project manager Lucia there, and also there was the structural engineer who came up later. This is the job that our maintenance team did in order to shore up the roof, in order for the kids to continue using the cafeteria side of the building. And it's a little bit of better picture for that shoring. There you go. And that's about it. And all I'm asking is this part I'm going to read, because I got to be very precise on the legal terms here. So under Public Contract Code, paragraph 22050, the board may declare an emergency by 4/5 of the vote that justifies proceeding without bidding when delays would compromise public safety or disrupt essential services. So this qualifies as an emergency condition based on our structural engineer's report. And we contracted Pueblo Construction Company. They have 2 licenses, not only just roofing, but they are also general contractor, which is extremely important in this situation because they they have to do some structural work in addition to roofing work. So in conclusion, I would ask you to approve this resolution, and if you have any questions, I'm here to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no public comments for this item. Any questions? Dr. Beal, and then Ms. Munoz.
I just have a quick question. I know that this says this is phase one, so, and that there is a previous estimate. Did we already have a plan to repair this roof, or we just had not approved that yet?
We haven't approved the entire project. What we have done is it's a DSA-approved project, so it was in the pipeline for many years now, at least 4 years. We had approved it with DSA. It just got recently approved for the entire roof for that building. We have 3 years after the DSA approval to begin work, so we have that time in order not to apply again. So this portion of the roof is part of that bigger project. So we're going to do it in phases. Right now, we're going to do this phase because it's an emergency, and we'll phase out the rest of the roof.
Ms. Munoz?
Yes, and that answered, part of my question, so I appreciate that. And the funds that are going to be used for, Measure J bonds. Okay, no questions. Thank you so much, and thank you. I think I saw you about 3 hours ago when you were waiting to come on. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Is there a motion?
I move to approve the resolution number 2024-2530 for the emergency roof and structural repair phase 1 project at Peabody Charter School pursuant to Public Contract Code 22050.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Now we're going to go back up to donations. Acceptance of donations for May 27th, 2025. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the donations for May 27, 2025 with gratitude.
And do I have a second? Please.
I second the motion.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye. It's unanimous, 5-0. Now we have the consent agenda. We are pulling
2 items.
F8 and
F2 item, we're going to pull one line item in there because we need to reschedule it. The presenter was not available. So we're going to pull item 8 out of F2.
item 8 out of F2, and then item F8 will get pulled. We'll bring that back at a future meeting. For the rest of the consent agenda, do I have a motion to approve?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I move to approve the consent agenda as modified.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. All right. And that is our last item. We will call this meeting adjourned at, Dr. Beal.
Just a quick question about future agenda items. Just
Yes,
clarification. Did I hear correctly, are the after-school programs going to be brought to a future meeting? Said something about June 24th.
Oh, the MOUs for, partner MOUs. Do you want to talk about that?
So board
Dr.
members, in June, we typically bring all the contracts for departments in a bundle so that you don't have to do like throughout the year or different times approving them. So part of that, each cabinet will bring their contracts as a bundle, is how we call it. Part of Ed Services will be to bring that in addition to everything else they're doing for Ed Services contracts.
So I am going to make a request for the future agenda item. We did hear about the process at the after-school program with the platform and trying to have a sustainable process where there are enough programs at schools, as well as having a system where funding doesn't affect our after-school enrichment when it rises and falls. And I would like to have a board discussion before we bring the bundle of contracts.
I don't think that that's going to happen. There's a board discussion before the bundles.
Well, it'll delay everything, and then we won't be able to get started. So I don't disagree that you want to hear some more and that we need to continue to improve it. I I think we can do both, but I do think we need to bring the contracts forward so we can start the planning, and then at the same time, we can hold concurrent meetings throughout to improve some of the processes. Some of the things you heard tonight were already discussed in the meeting that was had with the principals and PTA, PTOs. And the next step of this process is for us to bring in the vendors to get all those things approved. And the longer planning, what you're referring to as how we're going to improve and how are we going to look for additional funding sources, that can still be done, but I don't think we can get through that by June 30th. To be clear and to be like realistic in terms of time, staff, and trying to get all that done.
Ms. Caffrey.
So I have a similar question. So basically, if we were to look, have a discussion about the hybrid model, would that happen at some point during the summer? And then would MOUs be brought to us after that point?
No, we're going to have MOUs come to us for the June 24th meeting, the last meeting in June. So that would be after we would approve the MOUs. Yeah.
Can you clarify when you say hybrid model what you're referring to?
Yeah, so I think what we heard from public comment is basically that schools, and this is what I'm asking the board to consider at a different point, is basically in the past some schools had maybe 15 programs a week, and now they have 2 to 3, and that schools are wondering about a hybrid model where there's some control by PTAs and some, and basically also the ELOP funded programs. So that's what I mean by the hybrid model.
So that there are some families who don't pay and some families who do pay?
Well,
I mean, I really feel that this is actually something we should talk about, because what does that actually mean? One of the things that I heard that I think had a big impact on me was that students could have access to Spanish for a couple of weeks, and then the program would move to another school. And so that didn't give the students long-term exposure to Spanish. And so I feel that some of our enrichment is really meaningful, and there has to be that differentiation. So hybrid may mean a different thing to one board member versus the other. But how do we have this discussion to ensure that our enrichment program is effective, and that there is a discussion about allowing I think there's just a really big discussion. This is not the place to have it.
Yeah, this is not the place to have it.
Yeah, so I just was seeking clarity so that I can answer the question.
Oh, yes, thank you.
So as Dr. Maldonado shared, we did have a meeting with the PTOs. We also surveyed families. We surveyed our vendors, and the next step is to meet with vendors. So we got a lot of feedback. We all acknowledged that there was some things that happened that impacted the volume of access that kids have. That was something that did happen. So there's tons of feedback on what went well and how we magnify that. So yes, we've learned from the implementation of this first time. The issue about having some pay and not pay is we cannot have families pay for services we're offering for free. Like, there cannot be an at cost. So we did have that conversation with the PTO as well and the PTAs when they came in last week. It was a very fruitful discussion, by the way. We got tons of feedback from them as well. So we're going to gather all that information and talk to all our vendors about how do we move forward and plan better.
I guess.
Hold on, Ms. Munoz has been.
Yeah, I've been trying to raise my hand. I feel like it's 11:30 at night, and this is I don't think that we should go into this at this point. And if we going forward for next year, you all are going to be here, and stuff for next year, we can bring it up during one of our board discussions and have it agendized for next year for the summer.
Ms. Caffrey, and then we are going to wrap this up.
Or January, whichever.
I guess what we're hearing from many parents is that they would like us to deal with it for next year, so for September. That's why I'm hoping to get it on the agenda so that we can have a deeper discussion as a board.
So then here's what I'm going to say, and then we're done, and we're going to end this meeting, is Do I hear that request from the majority of the board?
I
And-
am not in support of it. I feel like we're being reactive.
And I'm
rather
not in
than
favor of doing it
proactive.
before the June 30th deadline to push these forward. So we can have the discussion, but it's not going to come before the contracts.
I understand that. Is there any way we can have some information on terms of what was discussed?
Yes,
Because
that can
some of those
absolutely
questions
happen.
may have been answered, but I don't think I know what has been discussed.
So, Dr. Maldonado, if you could make you and your team available to have those discussions with board members,
We can meet with you. We
With-
could set up meetings with you and go over what was discussed.
thank you. Okay. So with that, we're going to adjourn this meeting at 11:32. Everyone have a good night, and yes, bye. And we're going back to closed session to discuss one item.